Hello and welcome everyone back to the Rival Challengers League. Here in the 4th season of competition, we've distilled it down to the 4 best teams. We're about to have them duke it out for who can hold that title and who gets the most of the points to go to the playoffs this month.
That's right. We've already got 5 out of our 8 teams locked for playoffs. Not really too surprised there, considering the fact that, you know, some of these teams have had near perfect attendance. Some of them, like Reject, for example, have been a repeat customer, so to speak, of the Rival Challengers League. But that said, though, I have to say the stakes for today are high. Based on the leaderboard alone, there are 4 teams that could still make it to playoffs, and the fate of them depends on how our 2 newcomers today, Gen.G and Momotaro, their performance will determine whether they will advance to playoffs or will other teams that are not playing today, like Feasible Gaming and Team Aqua, will indeed clinch their spots.
That's right. So we have some newcomers. So let's talk about how things panned out yesterday and contextualize what is about to happen today. In terms of newcomers, we have Momotaro going from that very first match where they took down Effort Result. Some repeat offenders over there fell with only a single set to their name. And then in our 3rd match from yesterday, Gen.G Esports made it onto today in a complete upset, taking down Rival Esports in the final set. That was incredible to watch. It's led us into today's competition where we have all of them in the upper bracket semifinals. It's double elimination style. Everyone gets a couple of lives here unless it's a grand finals. If you make it all the way through the upper bracket, then you only have 1 life and you cannot afford to be taken down in the grand final.
That is true. This format is cutthroat, right? They started pretty much at an open qualifier where we had more than 100 teams participate. We whittled it down to the top 8 in the challenge phase. You got to pick your opponents there, and as you can see, the 2 challengers, Momotaro and Gen.G Esports, they must have selected properly because they managed to survive and get into the top 4. Now though, Momotaro has to go up, unfortunately, as the lowest seeded team inside the region. They have to go up against the top seeded team, Reject. So this truly is a trial by fire for them, but thankfully, because as you mentioned, they do have 2 lives, this is not, you know, the hardest matchup that they can go into. Perhaps they prepare for the next match instead, whether it's going to be up against Navi or Gen.G. But truly, Momotaro, make no mistake, this is the underdog of today. They did perform exceptionally yesterday though, so I do expect to see at least a couple sets taken by them.
Okay, well, which ones are those sets going to be, though? We're going to get started here on Layer Cake, where the players were so antsy, they couldn't even be bothered to let us yap through the top of the show. They've already gotten a few picks out of the way. You know what, Spoo? It's so nice to drop in like halfway through this boring draft phase where there's nothing ever to talk about except for the fact that Willow was picked early on and that also Carl's going to be getting that blue star and also Jae-Young and the gray matchup. Okay, so there's a lot to talk about, in fact.
Oh yeah, I just find it very interesting that we keep pointing out the fact that Reject are a very control-centric team. They like to draft very defensively. Hybrid-style brawlers like Carl and Willow always come to mind. The sort of most versatile thrower in a sense that it can fight up against aggressive matchup. It's decent into control as well. Nothing too bad about that. But Momotaro, they've gone with the bans that sort of like you ban Hank, then you follow up with the ban of the Shade because you can't give either of them as a pair, and then you ban out Lily. All these aggressive options against Reject. I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and then you have this final selection also for Reject that they can use to save things off. I just love Willow pick pretty much any time of day here on Layer Cake because it's such a strong defensive option. Like in a Gen.G, you can totally stymie a charge in from him. He relies on that aggression and his positioning to get most of his value. And once Willow has that super, which she's gonna get it, folks, then she totally shuts that down. Here comes Draco from Reject. This one I can totally see struggling to get in position. It's not really a matchup that Gen.G wants, and it's not one that he should really win either. But for the other two, for Jae-Young, for Gray, they should be able to keep him at range and use him to charge their supers off of not so much Jae-Young as Gray. With a hypercharge, should be able to enable a Gen.G to get into those backlines, do some damage to that Willow.
I think the challenge for Momotaro this game is going to be getting that Gen.G hypercharge online. That's going to be a big resource that they're looking at. With a Jae-Young sort of pairing as well as this Gray, we saw a bit of this aggro Gray selection yesterday in Dry Season used to perfection by Gen.G. Momotaro, they're probably having to play very aggressive, get that blue star, but they can't afford to be boxed into the base for too long lest they get trapped and burnt to death by a Dragon's Breath from Melty.
They're going to get melted down by the guy who has it in his name. If he can stay alive, Melty's taking quite a bit of damage. Heals thanks to the star power and eventually falls to Gray with the TPN on the left side. But Reject are not going to let up on this pressure. Battleman is creating the aggression. Can't stay alive in the face of the Jae-Young gadget. Another hook. Oh my goodness, and what a tap from Gray. This is just incredible right now from Momotaro 08. Gray especially, he couldn't get out of range of Battleman's swing and pickaxe though, which puts Momotaro only 3 stars ahead now.
Our challenger coming in strong for today, for sure. Now Gen.G going into the backline, shoes pop, forced to hypnotize him and send him right back into his team, but it's just gonna buy time. And now the Gray comes out with that hypercharge, 3 taps down Shu. The assassination attempt is strong. Battleman though, he spies one target of it all, but another walking cane to cancel that spin saves his team. Gray is just truly working overtime here.
This has been a great diff so far in my mind because Momotaro 08, their Gray's only been taken down 1 time. He's looked pretty unstoppable, and the confusing positioning of these teleports is a little bit too much for Reject to handle. Each individual brawler is being singled out and taken down. Reject are behind by 4 stars at the moment. They need a couple of kills to reclaim this. Finally, Hypercharge and Super available for Melty. It's drive time. Gotta move in now. Few seconds to go. Shu also needs to stay alive. Melty's picked up a kill. Needs to revert and get something. Gadget keeps him alive, but he doesn't have the DPS, nor does he have the health to stay alive for any longer.
That was such a modern draft executed so well by Momotaro, utilizing both these utility brawlers to just pure perfection. I mean, Jae-Young and Gray typically are seen as supports, but I think they really stole the show for me there. Jae-Young was just really just there to keep up his team healed, and Gray, that was one of the most selfishly played to perfection kind of Gray performance that I've seen. But Reject, they're known to take some time to warm up. Maybe, they need to let the makeup set in before they can start showing off their stuff.
This is true because they do get all dolled up on the cams for us to bear witness to. But you point out the Gray, and we even talked about this a little bit yesterday, folks, if you tuned in, is the selfish Gray. What is he here for? His teammates do get to make use of that, but still, Is he really supporting the Gen.G over here? Gen.G's already fallen. It's an advantage for Reject, despite them not having grabbed that blue star. They do have a super for Melty. He's going to be crunching things into the back lines. Battleman also needs to provide the pressure. Pop the hypercharge pretty late here, I'm not going to lie. Did get taken down, and Reject are only 2 stars in the lead. Quickly taken back now by Momotaro 08. They have 1-star lead. Reject fires back. Momotaro back once again with the takedown of Battleman. Melty can't clear, and now Momotaro are ahead by 5.
This Gray selection has just been doing absolute wonders for them. This teleport is such a great resource that it's just creating so much passive pressure. Reject have to always be so careful around those positionings. Now this is starting to look pretty good though. Melty, he's got a hypercharge ready. Now gets the super, but he's already at half HP. He needs to probably have to commit his gadget. Yeah, he's just gonna do it preemptively because he's just so concerned of that gray TP, and that TP is gonna fly out the other direction with a hypercharge to boot just to bring down the Willow, and it's now 5 stars in the lead for Momotaro.
15 seconds to go for Reject to make something huge happen. Melty around the right side is going to be the first to fall. Battleman dodges the hook, gets a kill, looks for one more, but can he catch up to Gray? He's so slippery right now. Well, with Gray TPing right into the enemy's side, it's an easy takedown for Melty, and no follow-up onto that Gen.G, but it's fine. They had a 1-star lead. It ties set 1.
The sleeping giants have woken up indeed. Our seed number 1 is not gonna get too zeroed here in Layer Cake. I mean, hey, purple button meta, we can talk about it all we want, but I really gotta highlight the fact that this has been a very competitive game. Once again, Reject seem like they have a slightly worse comp. At least on paper, it looks like they have to pull miracles to sort of make this kind of thing work, you know, dodge out every single walking cane, but they pull it off, and in the end they pull it together. Battleman and Shu in particular. Now Shu dives under, and this is going to be an easy pick off onto the Gen.G. Early mistakes coming out from Momotaro.
Not what they need at the moment. Having just a single game advantage over Reject was a huge asset for them in a matchup where they're the severe underdog. Melty has already collected 5 stars. He's brought back in control of the blue, and he's also gotten a few kills along the way. For the first time, we're going to see Reject in a defensive position. Feels like we haven't seen that at all so far. They've had to repeatedly throw themselves at Momotaro's defense. Momotaro do have some offensive maneuvers. They have Gen.G Super, of course. They also have the Gray Teleport to work with, but they are facing into a hypercharge from Battleman and Melty, who's only inches away from a super of his own.
You're going to be so careful. The only defensive resource they have against that Battleman hypercharge is that walking cane. They could teleport and sort of run away from it, but if Battleman chooses to commit on any of these 3 members, it's an easy kill. Even a Gen.G can fall. And that's why you're seeing Momotaro. They've got this sort of formation set up, but now the Gen.G taking a little bit too much damage, pushed back by Shu. That breaks things up. Let's see where this Gen.G is going to go. Now headed up towards the mid, trying to find an entry point onto Shu. There's the sashimi slash, but just beautifully dodged.
Reject now once more on the offensive. Here comes a hypercharge in from Battleman. Hooked, taken out of it. Double follow-up from Gray, but Melty has melted down Jae Young on the left. 10 seconds to go. Momotaro 08 are a few stars behind. They need to get 7. 5 seconds to go. Need 2 kills here. Melty and anyone else can get 1, but can't follow up on a Melty or Shu. That's a Reject win in set number 1. They held strong, got that early game advantage, and Momotaro 08 simply couldn't catch up.
It all came down to that sort of snowball factor, I think, you know, just losing out that first star, a little bit of a misplay there in that game number 3, pushing into a thrower, even if you have great teleport and a Gen.G super, is just so difficult. They needed to maintain the lead and play defensively like they did in game number 1. But we've got to call out this Gray. 10 and 4 in Layer Cake. I mean, he's making his Gen.G look bad.
This is so true. Who needs an assassin when you have Gray? We had moments where Gen.G was making good use of the holes and getting some tricky teleports here and there, but legitimately the Gray was the star of the show through and through. He tried so hard to put the team on his back, and he did succeed in some moments, but like the damage from Gray, it's just not all there. You can't totally carry a team as this brawler, even though he was undoubtedly the star player for this roster. On the side of Reject, you have kind of the inevitable. You have Melty getting the hypercharge, getting his supers, staying alive, popping a gadget also for survivability. And no complaints from this brawler ever, really. It's so darn consistent. Melty plays it well, and it was responsible for the stability of the composition. I will also want to point out Battleman, how repeatedly he was getting most of the damage for the team and was falling a few times. Reason for that being so many times he was just pulled out of positioning by a walking cane from this very consistent gray. So pretty much he was just matched. The issue that he was providing was simply answered by the gray.
Well, heading into the next set, we're going to have to see how Momotaro adapt to this. It's going to be going to Dueling Beetles. And there's been a bit of a meta shakeup here ever since a certain Mushroom Man got overbuffed. A certain cat got a purple fire, a surveillance camera to some degree. What is RT anyways? I mean,
I'm pretty sure it's a surveillance camera. Yeah.
Well, we did see a little bit of that.
Mm-hmm.
We saw a little bit of that yesterday, but I don't think we'll see that in Dueling Beetles. But I do expect that there will be a Kit ban and a Cordelius ban either way, especially if you're playing up against Reject. Yeah, the Kit ban is on one side. The Cordelius did make it through, though. Perhaps it's something that Momotaro are leaving for themselves to snatch up later on.
Possible. In terms of roles that these brawlers fulfill, I would say that Charlie probably does like the most similar thing to Cordelius that Cordelius does, in that she has a super that sends you out of commission for a good period. Doesn't kill you, just kind of, you know, gets rid of you for a little bit. And it is also just a prime pickup right now. This is the time to buy Charlie stocks because they are still on the rise. Now, response from Reject so far. Nothing directly against this Charlie just yet. It's not generally something that you respond to directly unless it's with an Amber. Reject are simply gearing up for their own composition. They have this berry that's going to lay the foundation for a tank pick later, but they will go ahead and select this Amber as a response to that Charlie, and also is a pretty good way to deny anything that wants to run down a lane.
You called it out perfectly. The Amber is one of the best counters there onto the Charlie. It sort of forces her to have to take up that second star power. I mean, both of these picks really, I mean, not star power. It forces her to take up that second gadget, which is a little bit of a risk to use because if used correctly, yes, it's sort of a half HP full heal sort of a thing, and it just gives you a little bit more permanence inside the mid, but it completely takes you out of the equation. And good players, once they see the Charlie gadget pop, they just ignore you and then go for the rest of your team, then clean you up afterwards. So it's sort of a way to neuter what she has. Amber has an excellent hypercharge through and through, and it's been so consistent throughout all these patches, especially with Dancing Flames. It's also considered one of the most versatile. It's a really just all-around classic Reject pick. Now back to Momotaro, though. They opt to, you know, lean back, I think, into something that's a bit more traditional. This B selection used to be considered something that is good into Amber. You just outrange the brawler, and when you've got your slow online, you prevent any Amber pushes.
Okay, so yes, you should be able to outrange her and get value out of there. Now, how it's going to fare when there's literally no wall break on the map is a bit of a head scratcher for me. I do know that Lily should be able to close in the range and occupy some of the bushes. Versus an Amber, it is really a risk. Like Dancing Flames is going to be a huge pain for a Lily trying to close in. You also have Battleman, who should be able to do a little pirouette and swipe any aggressive brawler away. So yet another winning interaction for Reject. This one's on a gadget basis, though, for those two brawlers. So as long as they have them available, then they should actually be kind of fine into the Lily, in my opinion. When it comes to the Buster, I don't believe will be able to three-shot the Lily, so another worthy thing to go ahead and call out.
Yeah, he can't pull him into the rest of the team, though. And yeah, whoa, early selection there from the Lily. Almost gets a double kill just by himself. Forced shoot to pull him in, but that kind of pulled him into Butterman instead. So you save Melty, but then you lose your Unicorn on your side. Not sure if it's a trait that they really want, and now they're boxed inside the base.
Reject once more for the assault. That's one kill, and they'll be moving forward once again. A reflected shot from Shu is enough to take down Charlie, and Reject find themselves in the lead. Bit of damage coming in from that rattled hive from Momotaro, but no concern at all. They're exactly where they want to be. That's Lily in with a super and not much more. She wasn't able to finish off the kill, kind of lacking on the damage, and there's so much CC available for Reject to deal with this, or at least close-range defensive options, so that Lily doesn't really have a home. But a hypercharge is never going to hurt, but it can't hurt you if it can't make it onto an enemy to begin with. Reject are holding down every single corridor, and the heals from Battleman are just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, Momotaro looks like they're throwing the concession pin pretty much here. They know that this game is done and dusted. Melty's got a hypercharge, but to be honest, didn't really even need it to succeed. The man of the hour has to be Baroman. I mean, this guy is kind of cosplaying as like East Asian Lukey Bear on this map at this point. Yes, it's easy matchups. I mean, it's just technically a Lily that he has to watch out for, but still not even dying a single time. The one time he did was just when Shu griefed him and kind of pulled him into his teammate. But aside from that, this guy was completely infallible. He couldn't die a single time. And yeah, now once again, look at his positioning. Just avoiding the Lily perfectly. Now hiding behind Shu as his own, personal bodyguard. And it's just zoning out the entirety of Momotaro.
Just a great start for Reject overall. They went ahead with this berry selection, not a response to anything, just something that's great here. That is a strong foundation for the remainder of the comp. That's going to be a double kill for Momotaro, though. They managed to trade out Lily, which is not really the worst. Melty's getting a bit of damage there onto Charlie, but cannot sit there to follow up. Once more in, the aggression from Lily nets them a kill. Shu with the hypercharge out, keeps him alive for a bit longer, but here come the taps from B and the follow-up from Lily. Much better outcome from Momotaro 08 so far, but they still do not have the advantage. One of the drawbacks of B is that you can get a lot of control, you can get a bunch of damage, but you cannot stand on top of that zone reliably since you have to obey the range game.
That's right. At the very least, the CCs are pretty strong. Shu's gonna fall there. Battleman didn't want to commit the super to heal him up there. And Momotaro is starting to count out. Now Battleman commits the super to go onto that left side. And now he's starting to zone out the Lily, the sort of key target there, and deny him as much supercharge as possible. But it is Momotaro that is slowly counting up. They haven't found a way to punch in. Now, though, with one hypercharge to zone out the entire team and two more to follow up. But a Lily comes in there, goes straight on to Shu. Battleman there manages to super out, though. So Reject, they still manage to stay in position. The Lily is in the backline trying to flank, but Shu's there at the ready. Battleman does still fall to a supercharge shot from the B, but Reject, through all that chaos, manages to wrestle back control of the mid.
Super smart play there from Shu. It kept him too vulnerable versus that Lily. We'll see Battleman also fall to the effects of B, and you see that she has wiped out everyone at mid, and she still can't stand on the zone. It is the drawback of playing B on any hot zone map, but at least he's able to keep things open for his teammates. Hypercharge out from Lily, blocked by Shu. Excellent play from Reject, but they still have to get through this hypercharge from B. She's already gotten one kill. She's looking for another. It could really use a big sting here, and is looking for the angle as well. Reject are up to 95% now. Momotaro 08, their last chance. A Lily that cannot close in. That set 2 going to Reject.
Man, every single time I just want to start rooting for Momotaro, and in my mind I'm having this feeling that like, oh, maybe they could get this. The Lily's finally doing something that's amazing. Then they just gotta fall flat on their face. Like that Lily hypercharge thrown straight into that Buster Super was just so telegraphed. It wasn't even like Shu was baiting it or anything. He had it up, and then the Lily kind of just panicked. Maybe he was trying to go for that hypercharge bounce, but either way, such a massive loss of tempo against such a fast comp like Reject just cannot be acceptable. And that's going to put them 2 sets down. And looking at these stats, man, I mean, you can tell, as you mentioned, 16% zone, 18% zone on the B and the Lily. It's only the Charlie that's playing the objective.
She's the only one that really can. You have pretty much, where do these brawlers live? Well, B lives in the back lines, and Lily lives on the enemy side, like on a zone, or rather on a lane. So that's just tough right there. They didn't really have a brawler that could sit in mid. For my money, I love to see like a Bow versus a Barry. I feel like that's generally a strong option. B got a lot more kills than I think a Bow would personally, but she wasn't really able to stand on the zone. Just food for thought for when we inevitably see Dueling Beetles later. Let's go ahead and start talking about our next draft, because we are headed over to Sneaky Fields.
Oh, there he is. The Mushroom Man he's been let out. And Reject, it feels like a Reject brawler. We saw them play it yesterday already once, and they made it look just absolutely broken. One of the most menacing brawlers of the patch. That it was I think it was the fastest Brawl Ball set that we had seen in the entire day. And here on Sneaky Fields, I'm expecting that it'll be a similar outcome, especially if it's piloted by, you know, one of their stronger mechanical players on the form of Battleman. Now, Momotaro though, they look like they're already angling towards kind of more of an open map strategy. I think that's one of the few ways that you can deal with the Cordelius. But then following up with the Lumi though, which has been, you know, consistently nerfed now with the range buff, the range nerf on her, feels like an interesting choice. Maybe they felt they were forced to pick the Lumi.
It's totally possible. They just don't want Reject to have it, maybe. It's also such a strong selection for mid. Reject are going to attempt to combat this by getting some speed going. And I think this is an interesting strategy from them. They're going to have to pretty much blaze on past those maces from Lumi and get past the initial freeze that she'll use to lock down mid. So I'm seeing the potential here from Reject. Note that Reject did leave that Lumi open. It was left open by both teams, just wasn't a priority for Reject. And I'm centering the discussion in terms of draft around them because they're very much in the driver's seat in this matchup, really in any matchup right now, ever since winning a monthly final. But now, final selection from Momotaro 08, that's Nita. Nita, I love, is an opponent for Bull or for Cordelius. I think this is a great answer. It's just going to lose value when walls are broken down because she really needs those bushes and obstacles.
This is very interesting coming out from Momotaro, bringing out something from the old school where people sort of forget about how potent Nita can be. But I was on the competitive subreddit recently, and I found that some players in the lower ranks struggle very deeply to play up against a good Nita, especially on Sneaky Fields. You know, especially as a last pick here, as you mentioned, it's a pick that it's inevitable that it will get his bear at some point, and yeah, it can duke up against Melty, no problem. And then the left side, it's just gonna allow this Frank to just tear open a new one in the backline. It's just gonna be Melty up against the Frank. Okay, at the very least, he landed that Shadow Realm, managing to stop this Frank in his tracks, but they just spinning each other and saying hi. They said, I know exactly where you are.
Oh, Shu went for it. Super to the back lines. Now Frank's going to try and make this work. Excellent lineup from Reject. They knew exactly where to stand to avoid that hypercharge. Shu now with an attempt at a pass forward, going to be unsuccessful. Melty jumps away at the last second to avoid certain demise at the hands of Nita and Lumi. It is an abandoned ship by Reject, but is a defense nonetheless. Sacrifice a bit of room because they know that they're going to get it back when Battleman gets the speed going. Has heals online as well to keep everyone in position and has to respect this range from Frank. On the top right, that's a hypercharge in from Melty, only gets a trade. Now Shu looks for one, gets it. A wide open goal for Reject to get one goal.
The strength of the synergy coming out from the Reject brawlers is starting to show, especially between this Jaeyoung cycling the heals and the speed onto Shu, and a nice snipe there from Battleman onto the Lumi. It's gonna crack the mid position right open. Melty now positioning on top of the Frank. He knows exactly where it is thanks to the fantastic communication coming out from Reject, but there the hypercharge is strong. Comes out, deletes 1, 2, and 3. A team wipe there for the Lumi.
Momotaro 08 looking alive. They're just behind by a goal is all, but they have the synergy now. They've got a couple of stuns online, and here comes a hypercharged Nita Bear as well. Melty, Battleman, stuck in the back left. Need to get this ball secured. Momotaro 08 have the positioning. A pass over to Frank. What a recovery from Shu! This one needs to be passed up to Frank to guarantee a goal. Is damage enough from Battleman? No. And Frank should be thankful that he was not on speed mode, ready to use a gadget. Otherwise, he would have been a dead man.
Now going into pre-overtime, Shu has got that one stun to go up, but then locked down by the Lumi. Topped up with Battleman's heal immediately, though. That's going to put them in a bit of an awkward spot. 3 seconds now until we get into the overtime, and there the shot flies out from the Lumi. The Bull tried to follow it up. Now it's just the Frank that has to defend. He's going to intercept this pass between Battleman but not enough. Battleman got the super just in time to get the shot done, and that's only game number 1, ladies and gentlemen.
A margin of 44 health, I want to remind you all. And I legitimately thought that Frank was going to defend that. If he did, then I would say that the odds of a victory were pretty good because Illumi had a hypercharge. She fell with that. She was like, okay, I'm going to use it on the next life. Frank just has to do his thing. How am I supposed to know that literally 44 health is going to separate us from a match point at the hands of Reject, which is where they find themselves now. A stun from Frank to start things off is a great way to begin this game, but mutually assured destruction across the board. It puts Melty in the driver's seat for this offense, taking quite a bit of damage versus Lumi, but stays alive, and Reject in the mid.
Now Melty takes Frank into the Shadow Realm. That's removing one of the matchups there. It's going to clear the way for Bottom trying to get into the backline, but Shu was deleted by his team. And now Melty on top of that Nita, but unable to get that kill. Bruce just came in time, and now Frank blows up the base, tries to get a goal in. A bit of a fumble there. Honestly, now another shot. Once again, they're just chucking everything at the wall. If they defend this, I have nothing to say. Okay, thank goodness Momotaro got it in the end, but that was the whole kitchen sink. At the very least, they cycled some supers, though.
Oh, one of the more disgusting plays that we've seen in RCL. A total fumble there at the goal line, but Momotaro Ue managed to ring it in the end. Though they do find themselves absolutely destroyed here at their own goal line as Reject wrests things back in their control. Tempo on their side, but in terms of utility, they're a little bit lacking. Note what they're up against. Anita Hypercharge, a Frank Super on the right side, but Melty does have a Hyper and Super of his own now. He's going for the #1 target. That's a takedown on Lumi the good old-fashioned way, and a Shadow Realm onto Nita. A follow-up onto Frank on the right. It's looking grim for Momotaro.
And Shu immediately bulldozes through that goal, 2-0 in the lead. And that's gonna be the match, the set, the everything for Reject. They'll be advancing to the next stage. Momotaro, they had such a great effort there, but towards the end, I think you and I can both agree, it looked like they were starting to get really nervous at just the competition that they were up against. And that's what I think we saw, a lot of, missed opportunities. Nita throwing away their super just like that, when it could have come in handy maybe for a second goal. I have a feeling that if this draft was played by a team that was, a little bit stronger, this could have been a much, much more competitive set. But that being said, though, I gotta give props to Momotaro. They really showed us quite a lot of really good drafts. They just seem slightly behind Reject.
I would definitely say so. Man, I saw moments where Momotaro really could have succeeded there, especially here on Brawl Ball. You had excellent play from Reject. Some of the things that come to mind are like Frank popping down a hypercharge super. It's not that ridiculous to dodge at max range, and Reject, they know the lineup. You know why? Because they're the #1 team in the East Asian region right now, at least as was decided by the last BSC monthly finals. So this is what you come to expect. Though if this is what Momotaro are showing versus a team like Reject, then I would say they've got fair odds in the lower bracket.
With that said, though, we've got to wrap up this set and we're jumping into the next. That is the first set of the day. Don't worry, guys. If you guys are fans of Momotaro, they are not out just yet. They've just been sent to something called the lower bracket. And some people call it the losers bracket. Actually, officially in Match Arena, it is called the losers bracket. But hey, I call it the lower bracket. I think losers is a little bit brutal to put it that way, because to me, they're all winners just by being here. But that's it. We are going up with two huge hitters next. It's going to be Na'Vi, the winners of our last RCL final, and a newcomer in the form of Gen.G Esports.
That is going to be an interesting one to see now, isn't it? So we talk about victors over here. Reject won the last monthly finals in BSC. Na'Vi won the last Rival Challengers League season, and they looked pretty darn good in the monthly finals for BSC. Gen.G Esports, they showed up. I think they had some expectations preceding them, like, will they finally be able to win a quarterfinal? And no, not quite. The miracle was not there. But I would find them in a similar boat to our previous sort of up-and-coming team in our first match of the day, in that there's a chance for them. It will just probably be in the lower bracket, at least for now.
Yeah, I think they'd probably want to face probably Gen.G in that scenario. But now jumping into the draft, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This Gen.G is a reformed version of what we are familiar with. Yes, the entirety of the year, there wasn't too many BSC qualifications from this team, but I have to keep hammering the point home. This is the same Gen.G, the exact same roster that defeated Zeta Division in the qualifiers. That Zeta Division went on to lose to Crazy Raccoon in the BSC finals. So does that mean Gen.G is kind of on par with CR and Zeta Division? Well, we're going to have to wait and see.
Okay. Well, our picks are coming in, folks. Or rather, first pick is coming in, but our bans are already here on Layer Cake. So let's talk about them. Some aggressive stuff has been denied for Na'Vi so far. Let's not talk about the cat that just appeared, and let's focus on, yes, refreshing. A Kaze ban. That makes a lot of sense. Hank ban. Oh, wonderful. I've gotten familiar with this over the last month. Now over to Gen.G Esports, and avert your eyes, everyone. This is not for those without a strong stomach. A Kit has been first selected.
This is the new era of Brawl Stars that we've just entered into. An era where first picking Kit is once again viable. Okay, to be fair, Kit on release could do things like this, but the reason why Kit is just so prioritized now is just really just hypercharge full stop. That hypercharge is probably one of the most broken and overtuned abilities that I've ever seen. I think the rate of charging is just way too fast. I believe it's like what, 2 supers or 2.5 supers, and you've already got 1 hypercharge. You can also charge the hypercharge while you're like on another brawler. So if you're in like your first super, for example, you jump on like your Daryl, you chuck a few bombs over on this Buster. Next thing you know is the next jump is going to be a hypercharge jump. And that does 4,000 damage a bomb, or a stun that doesn't stun yourself. That is ridiculous. It just cannot be understated. Yeah, Gen.G, they're just looking for a vehicle to park this guy on, and it's going to be the Draco. We've already seen what this Draco can do in the last game. Now, this is a Draco that's backed up by both a Kit and a Byron. That's ridiculous.
This is the stuff that you see before you like wake up from a nightmare in a cold sweat. That is what Gen.G has selected as their composition. They are going to be forcing really anyone they want into mid is the primary issue. So if Na'Vi don't have something aggro that gets that blue star, which they don't, then Gen.G Esports should be getting it, or they should at least be killing whatever decides it's going to go for that blue star off rip. Now, I'm seeing mad potential for this Shade because there's literally not a single thing that has a good matchup into it. Kit has some weird interactions. I feel like there is potential for Kit to maybe like jump on that Shade and stun it while it's in a wall, potentially. Gen.G Esports are going to have to show it to us because I know that Kit can do that over water. I'm just not certain over walls.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've actually never seen that interaction, and I think perhaps it's something like if you stun the Shade in the wall, the Shade gets stunned in the wall, but you still can't hit him.
That's fair.
And that will be awkward. But I think what he can do is if he's on moding, I think the bombs can target the wall itself, and that could be either way. They happen a lot about that interaction. Now jumping into the game, Bono's gonna make that first move of the game, jumping inside 3 members. He's gonna be promptly deleted, but that's just the first fight of the game. I'm expecting full team fight action this entire series.
Na'Vi are certainly staying as a team. Gen.G Esports, they combine 2 brawlers into 1, and Shoppy's ready to abuse that. He also weathers that super in from Cookie. That was nasty. Bono and Moding. This duo have managed to deal so much damage, but still they have to face a hypercharged Buster speeding towards them, but is largely deterred in the face of the super from Moding. Na'Vi, despite their best attempts, have only managed to push Gen.G Esports into a fortified position.
They're pushing them back, but the threat is still at large. That Kid now has that hypercharge super online. They're just waiting for Moding to get his super. It's funny because Moding's just all by himself here on that left side, but it looks like he's sort of baiting a little bit. They know that they're ahead in the stars, and a way that you can charge Draco's super is honestly just feed a couple lives. I mean, I'm very good at that when I play, and eventually about 2 deaths worth of Draco is at least 1 super. And yeah, now Moding's already got it. He's gonna go into that form. Immediately pops out the super and the hypercharge, but a bit of a strange one, honestly, because both, they don't have gadget, they have nothing, but there's the hypercharge super from Bono to clean up a Choppy, and he can cycle it back. That was a nice attempt there by a Choppy, but trying to capitalize off Moding's mistakes, but just really weird gameplay from both teams here.
Yeah, I found that pretty bizarre for Moding to pop a hypercharge while you're on 1 HP, but I digress. Gen.G Esports are holding strong. They have a couple more kills to get for a team wipe. There's one, Cruz, the last one standing, but it's a gap of 7 stars that puts Gen.G Esports ahead.
This is starting to feel a lot like an outdraft, I've got to say it. I am brainstorming really hard like the pseudo coach sitting here for Na'Vi. I'm trying to think of what they could potentially do. And I feel that a big part of it has to be trying to aim for that Byron matchup. Achapi's got to, you know, pretty much just have to ditch the rest of the team and just try to get these assassination attempts. Okay, that's really bad though. Running straight into Bonox as the first kill of the game. At least Ryohei gets the pull in return. Now in a defensive position, they still have to play aggressive. They can't afford to be boxed in like that game number 1.
Na'Vi are ahead by 2 stars, but that could be a bygone reality with the push in from Bono and Moding combined. Still, Na'Vi are keeping their distance. This super from Ryohei is bound to fall as well. Hypercharge available for the combo. Bono has it specifically. Kudu tried to get the takedown, but Cookie had the healing online and Kit was too safe. Moding now needs to evacuate on the right side. Couldn't escape with his life, but here comes Bono. That's a stun. Looks for the kill, and the reload speed was good enough to get him out of there as well. A jump on the Byron and a jump to set himself free. Look at Gen.G. They have the hypercharge and super for Moding as well, and he's coming in with the follow-up. That's 1 kill already. Looking for Ryohei, a circle around the top right. Not really in the playbook for them at the moment, but Moding is receiving some long-range recon-level heals that are keeping in the mix.
Gen.G are just playing so synergistically, and now the backline Achapi gets caught out as well. But interesting interaction. Byron can't hit his teammates. He can't hit for his team during the stun, so unfortunately, not at the cleanest of interaction, and it's gonna allow Na'Vi to just barely be 2 stars behind. Kuru takes a big hit though from the entirety of that Byron arsenal there, and with 20 seconds left on the clock, it's just gonna come down to Achapi's hypercharge to try and make the difference.
This may be a moment where Bono needs to get a stun. Achapi, though, is feeling the heat. Moding gets taken down. It's 14-14. Just a blue star separating these two. 3 seconds to go. Ryo, he looks for the kill on the right. Follow-up is good. Gen.G with the final takedown on Ryo. He get the set victory. And my goodness, what a close one, and such a bizarre combination from Gen.G. It makes sense. Put the kit and the Draco together, get the long-range heals from Byron, and it doesn't matter if you don't have a single response to the Shade, you still get the job done.
Man, I think that was potential there, but I honestly, I didn't really feel the presence of that Shade from Achapi, and I think he could have been a little bit more elusive, and towards the end there, the timing that they chose to, you know, pop that hypercharge and go in for the last push felt a little bit, you know, disconnected from the rest of his team. Yet Kuro and Ryohei on the right side going for this cluster between Moding and Cookie, and then the left side it was just Achapi by himself chasing Bonox. It just felt a little bit lack of coordination there from Na'Vi. And can't believe I'm saying this, but Gen.G, how were they allowed that draft?
No, it's pretty much what I was thinking as well. You have a, Draco last. You have a kit first, pick the Byron and the Draco together, and then Na'Vi, they have to respond with a single pick. So Shade, I think, was probably the right thing for them to go for. It was totally uncontested. It's very meta right now. Hypercharge, like, no complaints there. It's just that what Gen.G Esports had by that time was so strong that with Navi's 2 picks so far, they weren't really able to work with that and morph it into a winning comp. So pop off, Gen.G. That's a great start. They've already gotten a set victory over last month's winners.
Now looking to open business though, I have to really think to myself, if Gen.G have the first pick, no. Navi's had enough. 1 kit is enough to start banning kit for the rest of this entire series. I'm willing to bet that. And looking at the rest of the bans here, you've got this Amber ban and this Charlie ban. These are perfect bans to set up, I think, tank selections to come out from Na'Vi. They've gone up with the Hank, which pretty much is still one of the strongest brawlers on this map throughout all the seasons. Gen.G though, immediately they snap back. This is so classic. This is just pretty much just formulaic at this point. You picked up the tank that deals well into the Hank and also supports the wall break to enable the B. This is very, very formulaic.
Just so typical so far, really. And from Na'Vi, how do they respond? Well, the same way I think you'd respond to this anytime is just to get something that's better. You don't want them to have that berry, so you might as well steal it away now. Otherwise, it's a huge risk to let Gen.G have it. Larry, okay, so no intentions of picking up that berry. They just want the Larry so that they can outdo the thrower on the enemy side. Very interesting so far. Twin's going to be helpful for some close range stuff and should have some respectable range to deal with that Frank.
Oh yeah, they're borrowing something from Humble's playbook, and I know I keep mentioning Humble, and yes, I consume a lot of semantic content, but really, this Larry, the twin selection here, I think is largely inspired by EMEA. It hasn't received any balance changes, by the way. Like, it's really just like the fact that people realize that the second star power is a really, really good. Hey, there's Kuru and Bonox. Oh my god, is that? How much merch is that? That's more than I have. But anyways, coming back.
Man's hoarding all of it. He lives in the gift shop.
Dude, that's crazy. Okay, but coming back to the draft here, we've got this Byron selection to wrap up the Na'Vi comp. I like it. It's parity against that B, and it's going to allow that Hang to be even more difficult to remove. But Gen.G, wow, that's okay. Gen.G, they may not have a coach like Alchemical X drafting for them, but whoever's cooking up these drafts for Gen.G, I love it. I feel like every time I see a pick come out from them, I just think it's so logical, and it's almost like they've got a playbook that they're very familiar with.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case, right? That this is tried and true. The team has seen enough development by this time that they have these things that they're comfortable with. They have the formulas that they know work for them as a squad. Because you called it out, this is a really formulaic draft from Gen.G Esports so far. So how does it execute in the modern day and age? Because Na'Vi have seen this thing plenty of times. Should this be a surprise that they're seeing it now? Probably not entirely. Let's see, though. Initial interaction goes the way of Na'Vi. They've gotten one kill already, and they are all swarming on this point.
Slight miscommunication there between Bonox and his team. Got the first wall break out from the game. It's gonna be able to almost get Ryohei there. The big sting there from the B, not enough to bring him down. And now Bonox is kind of being herded all the way back to spawn. And that's kind of baiting the attention away from Kuru, and it's gonna allow Gen.G to get back in the center.
Got positioning that could also break open more walls if they want to, especially on the right side versus a Choppy. Nope, opts to break open the left to aid Cookie. They trust in Bonox to be able to hold his lane in spite of lagging some of these walls. Look at the reposition from Choppy, might I add. That was quite a Larry gadget. They kept him safe from moding and exchanged positions with the twin. We'll see a hypercharge out from Ryohei, a bit of extra damage versus moding. That's a tough brawler to DPS down. He's starting to feel the heat. Hypercharge out from moding and destruction of this twin on the right side, but nothing onto a Choppy just yet. That's where Bonox comes in to deal the punch. Gen.G Esports looking to be in the best position they have this game.
Pop off goes Gen.G, and now Bonox with a hypercharge of his own. Wants to show that he can pull his weight here against his team as well, applying so much pressure after that assassination. Going to be following it up. He's going to fall there to a Choppy, but it's the zone percentage that's starting to creep up on them. Now Moding throws his life away, but this is the strength of the comp. They can afford to throw away a little bit of this position. Now the slow lands onto Ryohei, allowing for Bono to get one, maybe two. No, Kuru has the damage to stop him here. It's really just now Moding that they have to contend with.
Moding would love a wall break around that left side. Here's a little pull-in versus Ryohei, but Bonox used that super already into the realm. Perfect timing to stay away from Ryohei, but he's really on borrowed time. A missed super versus Kuru, and that is going to be almost the final nail in the coffin. A Choppy's trying to stay alive. Whoa, a double kill. Okay, Gen.G are still in it. What a comeback! A double kill, and they force Kuru off the point. That keeps them in the game to get a game victory.
My word. All right. I've got to say, like, Bono, this guy on the Lily, in the early game there, kind of fumbled a little bit. You know, the pressure, the assassination attempt didn't really come out. But then once he started getting that first super online, this guy is crazy. I mean, he's supering on 1,000 HP, and he doesn't even care because he understands his brawler at such a high level. And now, in this game number 2, in the backline, once again, he's being herded away by Ryohei. But ooh, that miss is going to be a problem for them later on.
It's going to suck a little bit. Gen.G Esports, though, they still are able to get something out of this with a wall break on the right side. A little exchange here between Bono and a Choppy, where they trade lives, but Gen.G Esports had not managed to get their way out of spawn just yet. Now, we saw a sort of rendition of this in game number 1, but it didn't put Gen.G Esports in such an unfavorable position at the mid-game. Na'Vi are very much there. With the way that they're holding on to this mid, it probably is the midpoint for the game. It's going to take a miracle for Gen.G to make it through, but a shrewd bounce from Bono gets him contact on the super. He will trade with Kuru, but a kill is very important here for Gen.G. At this point, though, it looks a little hopeless. Gen.G Esports have been camped in their spawn for this entire game. They lost the initial interaction, and that was a direct pipeline to losing the whole thing.
Yeah, they never got to coordinate any kind of play this game. Game number 1 looked pretty good for them, honestly, despite, you know, the sort of shaky attempts at the early game. But this game was just lost from the very beginning. You know, Frank missing his stunts completely, not landing the initial pulls. Bonox getting hurted all the way to the back, and then the first super not even be able to cycle a second. And then Kuru just kind of stepped up and said, Cookie, you're not landing a single shot for the next, like, 1 minute. Yeah, that changes things. Now Bonox, though, he's going to play hyper aggressive and go straight onto Ryohei. This is a decent interaction for him here. It's going to allow Moding to play hyper aggressive as well and charge up that first crucial super of the game.
At long last, there may be hope for Gen.G yet. They lose one thing. They've got Moding on the right side as well to get some wall break. Gonna go for the same wall break as last time, but even better because he's broken open the barrels on the right side, which he, I believe, didn't do last time. If he did, they didn't get control off of it. That one is for sure. Here comes Bonox in on the right side. Use the gadget to get in range. Usually you want to use that to escape, but he needs to earn his initial super, and he's hard at work trying to do so. Ryohei is staying alive. Just great reaction time on that gadget to stay alive versus the Frank. And look at the percentage so far for Na'Vi. They are gradually losing their walls, but they've climbed up to a confident 60% to match Gen.G's 21.
Oh, Borak's gonna be missing a super there, and Kuru landing another tap, another full team wipe there from Na'Vi. This is a skill diff, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Some people in chat say that the draft is absolutely horrible. Why do I have Larry and Laurie in an open map? Well, guess what? Kind of doesn't really matter here because you've got people like Ryohei and Kuru just holding a literal stalwart wall. You can play throwers without walls when your teammates are a literal wall for you. That is the way that Na'Vi played this one out.
Na'Vi, they came back. Gen.G looked like they might be able to snag a second set, but Na'Vi said, no, that's not going to happen. Actually, I'm going to play Byron, and I'm going to get a 16-5 KD. What am I looking at right now? That is the consistency of Byron. That is just how good Kuru is at playing this brawler. Keeping Ryohei alive so he can do things like sit directly underneath a Frank and press a yellow button and remove him from existence temporarily. Where did this fall short for Gen.G, Spoo? Because what I'm looking at for Na'Vi is they had a lot more sustain with the heals. Gen.G Esports, I think really the biggest thing that held them back is that their composition was a little bit paradoxical. Like the Lily didn't work so well with the wall break. It also didn't work so well without walls broken down, to be fair. But also, Frank had so much trouble getting these supers out that B wasn't really able to do much.
Yeah, it's tough. Gen.G Esports, they have a comp that on paper it does work. Yes, you can throw the Lily into the Byron or that Larry and Laurie. And yes, the Frank on paper will indeed have a decent-ish matchup against that Hank. The B will get bullied by the Byron a little bit, but you can hold your own. But that's not the name of the game. Whenever a Byron comp or a Larry comp gets drafted out, it's really about the synergy and looking at Na'Vi's team play and the movement. Once they got the initiative, they were able to ball up. They prevented every single assassination attempt from Bonox. Every time he came in, just got instantly popped by Ryohei's bubble or his super. Every time you saw Cookie just tried to get a little bit of damage in, then Kuru would heal his team right up. And then Kuru gets 16-5 KDA. How? Because this guy just taps so much. This is one of the best Byron players in the whole of East Asia. And it's like that for a reason.
Well, cool. I wonder if we'll get to see him play Byron again. I would say the odds are low because we are headed into sneaky fields. By the way, let's start talking about that. Our bands should be coming in momentarily, and we'll get a taste of what is offered over here. I would expect the same old, same old. It is the new meta, so be on the lookout for violent cats that charge their hyper in just a couple of supers, and also get super from being attached to, or rather get hyper from being attached to a friendly brawler. That seems a little crazy. Other hypercharges to watch out for. Always have to keep Draco in the back of your mind, but neither are going to be a priority here. Interestingly, Navi have decided that the most important thing to get right now is the Frank. And Spoo, are they back in February? We can wait for them to catch up, because it's, you know, July.
Well, we're gonna have to see if this actually works out as calculated. We did see a Frank selection earlier in our previous match, and there was a Cordelius that came before that. And Gen.G, they could snatch this up here immediately. I think it's a brawler that has to be contested, and at this point, it's a brawler you have to think about and check. I don't even know if the Frank matchup is one that against Cordelius is considered, you know, winning or not. I know that with combo shrooms, Cordelius can now do upwards of like what, 12,000 damage, which is pretty much borderline that he can pretty much, yeah, he can delete Frank from full HP. But the thing about Frank is if he pops the gadget before he gets Shadow Realmed, it's still active, and you know, he could get a nice pull in and just burst down the Cordelius in return. So I don't know, it's a pretty of a skillful interaction, but Gen.G, they're going to ignore it completely and opt to go for you talked about February, right? Well, I raise you one better. 2019 meta. Let's go. Spike is back.
All right. Yeah, curveball is still really good, right? It's like undodgeable, right? That's why they're picking it, surely. You know what, though, is interesting about Spike is I've seen it just do so well in certain circumstances where you know that you're guaranteed to cycle that super very quickly, because you know, maybe like 50% right pro player once told me that Spike can kind of be a thrower because the super goes over well. Like, all right, buddy. But legitimately here, you have chokes that can be held so strongly by a super. And I've seen the Spike played here to success many times before. I won't really chirp it. It just needs to have good matchups like tank specifically, and won't fare too well into getting something so pokey like a Crow, but that's only if the walls break down. And this is also not going to be a wonderful matchup into the Carl either. It's the risk of Spike in the modern day.
A lot of options that can be run, though. I expect to see perhaps Fertilize being used in this case over that curveball. As you mentioned, with that amount of choke points, you can't just kind of run it as a shotgun. And I want to point out that we did see minor buffs onto Spike. He got a gadget cooldown reduction onto both his gadgets. So if he decides to run Popping Pincushion here and, you know, want to be a literal walking nuclear bomb, he could, and opt to become a sort of pseudo Shelly in that regard. Now Gen.G, they've opted to pick up this Darrow. They realize that they do need some kind of aggressive option to have a little bit of that ball control and give themselves a little bit of scoring opportunities. But I'm really shocked that neither team really respected Cordelius whatsoever here.
Yeah, just not a priority at all for either side, interestingly. Here come the final selections in. It's a Daryl last. Gen.G Esports going to swap the roles around just a little bit before getting into game. So, no Cordelius here. What's the math there? I'm not entirely certain. I feel like Cordelius is still super strong right now, but if I had to point to one brawler that is sort of the Cordelius substitute, it is the Spike. So Gen.G Esports believe in this brawler more than the Cord. So let's see what they're able to do here. So far, it appears that they're able to get run down. We've literally just gotten into the game.
Man, Poop Spike just doesn't get a break here, and I see how this happened. Okay, Real Hit, calm down, Real Hit. You don't have to do my man dirty like that. And Kuru's gonna intercept the ball now. Whoa, with the pass. Okay, Morning with the. All right, ready. You're gonna take this over. I don't even know how to cast this anymore.
You go get a bucket. You know, just like vomit. It'll make you feel better. Oh goodness, yeah, a choppy into the goal. Navi have rolled over Gen.G in this first one, and I just like wasn't even prepared for it. folks, here. Look at us real quick. I didn't even have anything teed up because 30 seconds was just not long enough for me to be prepared for the scene transition, folks. Don't worry. We'll be ready at the end right here. Navi, they've gotten game number 1 over Gen.G. Let's hope that they, spare us a little bit and don't run over Gen.G to boot again. Ryohei in with the gadget. That irresistible attraction is pretty much a free kill off the beginning if you don't have any CC for it, which, looking at Gen.G, they really didn't. Bizarre roll from Moding, obviously not intentional, just not really his day here on the Dumpling Daryl.
Man, okay. All right, I'm gonna bring it back a little bit here. With the open map on that right side, Kuru is gonna be pretty strong there against Cookie. Bono finally doesn't get instantly deleted. I don't even want to talk anymore. Okay, he dies there to a Chappie, which is a little bit unfortunate here, but they still do have the ball control, and it is 0-0. And with a slightly more open map, this should be a little bit safer for Gen.G.
Here comes Moding forward, looks for the kill. No, can't get it. Drops Ryohei down to half HP. And now he has that hypercharged super. Going to be really useful for this next pitch because they've gotten 1 goal on the board so far. Now, they need to be mindful of the fact that they are facing a hypercharged Spike who is on the complete opposite side of the field, laning a choppy solo. Now will get some damage versus Kuru, not quite a kill, but this is not a great matchup at all. A choppy tries to circle around to pick up this ball, not really in the playbook for him right now. Moding once again trying to send it solo, but hey, who put that wall in the way? Make that double as well. Just not a really good Daryl day, I guess.
Oh man, I have to feel so bad for Moding here. Yeah, the emotes are coming out from him. I think he knows he's not having a good day either. Hypercharge gonna be committed there by Cookie. It's just gonna connect onto Ryohei, and it's really just a desperation play, frankly speaking. You don't want to even be connecting onto Frank, to be honest. The only way that they even catch the Crow, just purely based on range, is with Cookie's Hypercharge. Now though, the position does look pretty favorable for Gen.G. It's gonna come off the backs of Moding to get a very nice roll. Now a self pass to himself, and okay! Moding with the redemption gets a goal.
He has redeemed himself, but only in this micro environment. Still, there is a game to win, and there's a set on the line, a set to lose if they get scored on right here and now. 5 seconds to go. Ryohei looks for the kill versus Moding. It's good. Things are open on the right side. Bono X2 seriously needs a super here. Ryohei tries to tank it. It's no good. Bono, at an impasse, has to make a decision. Decides to pass that ball over to Moding, but also simultaneously made the decision to not pursue a kill on Kuru. A super forward and no fertilize to keep him alive. On the right side, a hypercharge in from Kuru, ready to receive a pass from Ryohei, but he's going to get burned up still. Has enough HP to super something over to the right side. Kuru ready to receive the pass, but cannot stay away. Moding, this is his moment. In, super, a pass into the goal. It's wide open, and Gen.G Esports are still here.
No way! No way that actually works, right? You're talking about overtime into Carl Crow. Crow, one of the best brawlers in overtime, into great matchups, and it's the spike's not even on curveball.
Get it all out, Spoo. It's been a frustrating day.
Woo, we still got game 3. All right, we still got game 3. And I've got to give kudos there to Gen.G. And wow, okay, this time, they look like they put Cookie as, I think they sacrificed Moding to take down Ryohei. It's just a 1-for-1 trade, and I think that's sort of the map here that they figured out. They need to get this Darrow onto Ryohei. Even if it risks, potentially trading it out, it really just comes down to the quality of that Darrow roll to determine whether that matchup is winning or not.
Moding is trying to circle around the left side. He's searching for the perfect opening. Yep, not going to be now. Sorry, buddy. Not going to be at full HP. Better go back to the drawing board. Wait for that Carl burn to wear off. Or, okay, just go for it versus Ryohei. Got the double stun. Didn't line up that gadget perfectly. If he did, he could have gotten a kill on Ryohei. He's just really high execution demand there on the Daryl. Though Gen.G Esports will continue to hold things back, a jump in from Crow is going to challenge the position from Cookie. Ryohei knows that this is dire, corners the ball, just waiting for Moding to go ahead and use his hypercharge. Ends up baiting it out of him, but Moding has not had enough. Says, how dare you try and get me to use my hypercharge? I'm going to go for Kuru. Oh my goodness, what a defense from Kuru to keep Navi in control at mid.
I need a Tylenol
some
after
fresh
this
air.
game. I need some fresh air. That's absolutely true. Then again, Hypercharge out there from Cookie gonna be able to delete Kuru out there. Achapi does have momentary ball control, but it's gonna be pinched out by the rest of the team. And wow, Gen.G, they can defend as well. And now they're gonna secure the ball onto Moding and position themselves for another goal scoring opportunity. They're cycling the ball all the way, running it all the way to the left, right into Ryohei. And yeah, you look at Moding, he's like, I regret my decision, and I am running back. The ball control now back to Achapi. This is not what Gen.G had planned.
No, it's not. The ball that is, rather the brawler that is closest to this ball for Gen.G is Spike. He can't really afford to play aggro into Achapi unless he decides, yeah, you know what, it's time to expend a whole super for it. Here comes Moding on the left side, sucked in by Ryohei, but Moding wins the trade. One more on Akuru, but this ball, where is it? It's in Achapi's possession. It's just excellent ball positioning from Na'Vi. There's no good way to get in range of this for Gen.G unless they swap Moding over to the right side. But then he's away from Ryohei, so it's a tall order for Gen.G Esports to get control of this ball for now. Moding knows it's time. Achapi says, nope, I'm passing it away. And Bono X2 is on ball duty. At least he's gotten control of it, but he's moving it back into the back right corner. And off of all of that, a hypercharge and super was sacrificed by Moding.
Fertilizer is going to be used there to pop on Bono to just keep himself alive. The defense so far has been decent. Ryohei now going to be falling to Cookie. Moding, he's pretty far away from the road. We know he committed it earlier. Going to be passing the ball forward onto Cookie, who's going to super it down the aisle just to clear it. But this is still dangerous because Ryohei's got a super of his own. Passes it up, changes it forward. It's an open goal. You can't clear it that way in an open map. And Na'Vi now surge in the lead 2-1 in sets.
Na'Vi looked like they could bleed, however. Gen.G Esports really did give them a pretty rough game right there. But let's look at the stats, and the stats seem to paint a pretty different picture. You see, of course, Cookie doing as much damage as he did, 242,000 damage, and much of that coming in overtime as well. This is something important to call out. Bunch of that going into Frank as well. But Gen.G Esports, their method for scoring fully relied on Moding, and Moding executed in one game, game 2. There were some pretty weird sloppy ones in there from Gen.G, and also there was potential for them to score in game number 3 if that ball had not been positioned on Bono's side, because he's not really able to approach on the spike.
Yeah, this was a very off-meta Sneaky Fields game for me. Personally, I think I'm trying to think of another region that would pick in this way, and honestly, East Asia, you're so unique. You love to pick things from the past, not throwing shade at either one of these teams, but really, guys, I mean, I joked about it yesterday. We are a bit behind. We tend to have, not read balance changes until we're on a new patch.
Don't mess with us East Asia players. We cannot read blog posts.
Yeah, it's like maybe maybe the Japanese or the Korean balance changes just come in a little bit late. I don't know.
Oh.
But looking at the Na'Vi pick again, once again. Now, I just want to point out that Na'Vi, they have a foreign drafter, right? I don't know if he's on staff today. Alchemical X is on duty for Na'Vi as their drafter, and he's opted to ban out this Grey Ollie kit, 3 of the most aggressive selections in Bell's Rock, then opt to go for the slowest brawler on the map, which is Tick. Now, first pick Tick has been debated for eons about whether it's viable in Bell's Rock or if it's too big of a risk. We're gonna have to see if Gen.G Esports can find the punish, though, and so far, they're looking at the balance change and they're saying, hey, this surveillance camera's got a hypercharge. Let's pick it.
This is true. He'll be getting a hypercharge eventually, probably only in round number 3, if I'm being honest. Reason being is that it kind of takes him a while to charge it up. Now, as RT, you're practically guaranteed to get your super. Just the issue for so long was that, well, what am I going to do with this damn thing? No one's going to play aggro onto me. I'm just here as a deterrent. But now there is potential to play legitimately aggro with, and there was always, once again, potential to do things in close range once that poison makes everyone gather towards the center. Now, if you ask me, what Na'Vi are trying to do here is enforce a control game. Just take away any viability of like aggressive brawlers from Gen.G and then punish any favorable lane swaps for them with this tick. That makes it total misery to play at mid and to swap from the left to right lane as well. So just something to keep an eye on at the moment. When we look at Gen.G's composition so far, they have picked up the Squeak, which, while lacking in range sometimes, is just a great aggressive brawler and has so much value to offer with windup for kill confirms. Is once more a skill-reliant brawler because unlimited range is awesome, but only if you can actually hit the shot.
Yeah, it's a late game selection as well, and it's the bulk of the Squeak tends to be useful against Tick as well. It's one of the few rare brawlers where it has decent enough bulk to not get, you know, for example, 3-tapped by a Bell, and it can survive pretty well into the mid game. Gen.G though, they've doubled down now on that RT selection, and they're going to be going with this Brock to tear open the map. They are telling Na'Vi that we're not interested in getting into that late game scenario that you talked about. They want to just break open as much of the map as possible and then just diff them with mechanics. But here's the thing. Na'Vi, at least for the past couple games, have shown me that they have the better mechanics. So not really sure if this is a great idea from them.
Yeah, cool. No cause for concern, anyone. Na'Vi have the better mechanics, so they should be able to diff this. Right, guys? Let's not counter chickens before they hatch, everyone. Gen.G esports are breaking open these walls. That is specifically to deal with the choppy on this tick. Their goal, make him vulnerable to these long-range brawlers. Make RT, make Brock able to tap him up. So far, I'm looking at a winning matchup for Cookie on the right side. Kuru can pop down spiders, but is he really going to into this Brock? Not at max range. Here comes the lane swap also. Cookie would love to move over there, and Ryohi's quite low, but no punish from Gen.G.
Yeah, the lane swaps are out there from Na'Vi. Very risky, almost just getting tapped there. Wow, windup just straight up connects onto the head of a Chaffee there. Kind of lucky for him, honestly, the way that it landed. And now, after this lane swap seems to be going well, Kuru, after popping that gadget now, is going to be able to get some space there on that left side. But this is where we see Gen.G. They make lane swaps of themselves. They go RT in the mid, and Cookie is the first man to strike Ryohei down. Zeus, the god here, going to be 3-tapping a Chappie Nix, and now getting another kill on to Kuru with the help of that smoke. Gen.G, the plan worked out.
It's working well. Na'Vi, by the way, know that they had the first pick and they were trying to dictate the pace of this one. And it's not really working out so well. At least Choppy does have a hypercharge to work with at the moment, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue for anyone to deal with. Look at Ryohi's taps, though. Now looking for the lineup on the Cookie. Not quite. Would have brought him down to 1 tap again. Ryohi's also looking for an optimal target to mark. That would be RT to diminish the value of his health pool, but Ryohi can still use it on really anyone to get some pretty solid stuff. Good lane swap. Also, want to call that out. Bono switching over to mid, but he is going to get marked by Ryohi, which does hurt. Makes him 2 or 3 tapped by every brawler on that.
Na'Vi are stepping up to the plate for sure. Wow, Bono's gonna already suicide himself inside that smoke. Didn't really have anywhere to go with the Choppy, just block him, and now Kuru is on a hypercharge farming mission and is saying, yeah, that's right, go run into the smoke. Yeah, you know where to go. You know this game's done. That's 1-1 in rounds for Na'Vi, and hypercharge now online for both Ryohei and a Choppy, which is gonna be a very aggressive option that they could use, and that's why you see the lane swaps come out now, swapping back to the matchup that they had in that first game. But Cookie invested so much time sort of getting that lane destruction there on that right side. I'm not too sure if on the left this is better or worse for him.
Well, so far there's not as much wall break for him on that lane, so he's not able to wiggle around very much. Just peeking around this wall leads to some pretty predictable movement. Ryohi gets the punish. Now in with the hypercharge, baiting some of these shots from Cookie. What a weird and super passive interaction that amounts to a whole lot of nothing for both sides. Just 2 hypercharges in the dust. A miss hyper for Kuru? He predicted a back dodge for Moting, but he didn't do it. Thankfully, Kuru's still able to get a kill there, and Cookie is a bygone memory. That's Na'Vi heading on to match point.
Kuru stepped up there for sure. I mean, whether the hypercharge sort of landed or not, I think it would have really made a difference. It's really the stat buff that he was looking for. It was a consolation prize, so to speak, and he needed to get the spiders into the back as well. Just blocks out so many of the shots. Once you allow Charlie into that sort of, I like to call it like the auto aim range. And you're out of shots. Pretty much that's a team wipe that's waiting to happen. He got a double kill just all by himself there. Round number two was secured by Ryohei in a similar fashion. Just really the mechanical aspect that we expected to see is coming online, and now we are seeing struggles come up from Moding once again, having to use 3 taps to deal with the spiders. This is not ideal whatsoever for Gen.G.
Though when they did have Bono dealing with those spiders, it was much more favorable. Oh, that's an early game mark from Ryohei. He was having so much trouble lining this up earlier. In fact, he was having difficulties hitting the shots on a cookie. Just a winning matchup for Bell overall. This is wonderful so far for Navi. I think they have exactly the lane matchups that they want. At least, RT is better into the Charlie on the left side in the regard that, well, he's not as vulnerable as he would be to a Bell. But still, what a tap from Ryohei! It was about time the geometry lessons paid off for him. He's been firing these down that corridor for the entire game so far, so it was about damn time.
Yeah, he solved the equation perfectly there. Play Tigers would be proud. And on the other hand, though, Gen.G, they had a few opportunities to pinch out a Choppy, but just kind of missed the mark there. Now, Kuru, though, he lands the geometry perfectly, just, getting that head online. Mooney's got nowhere to go. Yeah, instantly deleted by the entire might of Na'Vi. Now it's Bono that has to make a Hail Mary play here, but yeah, he's finished. It's 1 versus 3. That's gonna be Na'Vi stealing the deal, taking the set, and finishing the series 3-1. Kuru's got a smile on his face. Bono, leaning back, he's not too pleased.
Yeah, in a moment here, I'm sure he's going to be scrolling through the battle log right there. That's what I see players do a whole lot of times because, yeah, he's doing it, by the way. Because they're just in denial, like they can't believe it happened. In Gen.G, if I were in their shoes, I would be in that position as well, because there were numerous points where they were about to take a set off of Navi, and Navi somehow bring it back. It's like they lock in or they solved the issue. Looking at the stats over here, I saw potential for Gen.G, especially in like round 1 of game 1. It looked like they actually had a fighting chance with the wall break, with the favorable matchup for Cookie at range. They were looking pretty solid, but Navi started to do really, really well. I want to point out Ryohei in particular getting those marks because everyone was doing their part. Everyone was getting good damage from Navi, but Ryohei getting the mark was the thing that most notably got an advantage for Navi and usually led to their first kill.
Yeah, agreed. 100% there. Kuro, on the other hand, I think he also filled that role in a similar sense. It is an easier matchup, don't get me wrong. It's not the flashiest of plays that he had to make, but holding your own as a Charlie up against an RT is really just coming down to timing those gadgets properly and, exerting proper pressure. Ever since Charlie got that range buff, she's back, and East Asia, it has always been here in the beginning. It's just now it's actually a matchup that can be win. I have to say, didn't really like Gen.G's draft at the end. I think they cooked a little bit too hard there with the first 2 selections, and then they trapped themselves into a position where they had, 2 problems that they had to solve simultaneously. They were like, we have to find an answer for this Charlie, but at the same time, we still don't have a decent solution for the tick late game. And so they were like, you know what? Screw it. Let's just go for the Brock. We don't have a choice here. Let's try to at least diff it mechanically, and Ryohei was just too much to deal with. But they've still got a second life, and that's what we're going to be seeing next.
That is right. We're going to be headed there soon to the losers round 1, which should be an exciting one for both of the teams that lost. They have a second chance in the lower bracket, so that is what we are getting ready for at the moment, just getting those teams all ready to move.
Should be jumping into lobby very shortly here as we start up these games.
So let's talk about this. The way that our first couple ones went, I felt like either one of these have a much more realistic chance in the lower bracket versus each other specifically. So in terms of opinions here, who do you think comes out on top? Is it going to be Gen.G Is it going to be our other friends who, gosh, their name consistently escapes me? It's Momotaru. Who are you placing your bets on? I want to know your caster predictions.
I'm going to be real with you here. It's hard to say. Momotaru, they got 3-0 by Reject. Didn't even get a single set. But I think in terms of form, they impressed me a little bit more. I think the 3 drafts that they deployed against Reject, none of them I would consider to be just out drafts specifically. They felt like they were being diffed in terms of just inaccuracies of team play or just some minor mechanical mistakes, and that's why they were just slightly behind Reject. Gen.G and Na'Vi though. Na'Vi felt like they were just completely ahead in every step of the regard. That Brawl Ball series where Gen.G barely got a single game there was one of the scrappiest fights I've ever seen, and an even scrappier game plan that came out from Gen.G. So it really feels very coin flippy when I look at the way Gen.G play, and Momotaru though, they seem a little bit more secure, so I'm gonna place my bets on them actually.
All right, okay. I'm going with Gen.G. I just feel like they showed some really good stuff versus Na'Vi, and I think that them making a monthly final also in the BSC series is really commendable, and shows what level they're at now. They haven't had the best of luck making into those monthly finals. The roster has evolved quite a lot, and I think also you can see from some of their drafts that it didn't really work out all the time, but it seemed quite formulaic. They had figured out what they were comfortable with, and even though they aren't one of the top dogs, not top 4 in this region, at least usually, they seem to be coming into their own and having their own identity take shape.
Well, folks, we're going to be visiting both those teams very shortly once we can get their games underway. We're currently looking at Layer Cake. I believe that's going to be queued up very, very shortly. Just remind me, by the way, the last few maps that we've been seeing, because I'm seeing patterns again, and I don't like it.
That's right. Yeah, we have a curse here in the Rival Challengers League of seeing the same stuff over and over and over again. Yes, we are going to be headed to Layer Cake as our first stop here in this matchup, and we have seen it already. So a little ominous. Maybe it's just a round-wise curse. It feels like one set always gets stuck on the same map though.
It could be a luck-based thing. Dueling beetles also kind of got queued up twice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second. Did we see Sneaky Fields as well twice?
I'm trying to remember.
Oh my god, we did. We did. Wait.
Do we have
so
one
theory,
map for each of these?
That Matcherino, hey, I have to recap that I have the entire map pool queued up, and for some reason, we are throwing ourselves at the same maps over and over again. All right, we're waiting for our team to ready up here. It looks like Gen.G is ready. Momotaru is the one that is still getting themselves into the lobby. Guys, don't worry. We're as eager as you to see who is going to come out on top. I want to point out that these two teams, I believe they did face off in the open qualifiers, actually, to fight for this placement between first and third. And Momotaru came out on top. They actually did manage to beat Gen.G already. So this is not an unfamiliar matchup for them. Okay,
noted. They have played before. I've played these games before, as they say. So once again, to restate my prediction, I think that this one should go to Gen.G Esports. We're going to be watching Momotaru 08 here and seeing what they have to offer us. What we know from Gen.G is that they were quite formulaic. What we know from Momotaru 08 is that they got taken down in their very first match, and that the drafts just weren't all the way there. Something that we also noted for Gen.G is that there were certain circumstances where the draft looked fine. It's just that they got skill dipped by Na'Vi, because, who doesn't? So in terms of seniority, Gen.G Esports has been around longer as players. I look specifically at moding, for example, who I remember from, I think he was, I think he played for the Three Bears.
Three Bears, yeah.
Yeah, in 2019. So he has some Unk energy in the Brawl Stars Korea scene for sure.
Yeah, I miss the guy in his prime. Actually, I miss all three of these players. Well, not to flex or anything, but we kind of share the same region. So you know, back in my day when I was a player, I got to play against these guys, and they made me feel bad. They would beat me up all the time. I remember whining to my teammates about how great of a sniper Bono was, and at the time I didn't even know who this guy was. I just knew that he had some YouTube channel and that he was rising up the ranks. But I was like, on Shooting Star, I was like Piper versus Piper or RT versus RT. Doesn't matter what the matchup was. I was like getting completely destroyed by him. Years later, I get to see him in the BSC. I got to see him in the RCR, and I'm just so glad that they're still competing. This is the only successful Korean roster, I believe, in the whole of East Asia. And as a country, not a region, East Asia has been, you know, dominated mainly by Japanese teams. So it's just really nice to see that sort of rising star still you know, trying their best to break into the scene. But enough yapping about history. Let's talk about the draft real quick. We've got this Lumi Buster selection that has 2-3 come out from Gen.G Esports. These are two higher priority brawlers that are coming out. I'm just really surprised that Momotaru opted to, you know, lead the draft with the Gene first pick.
Yeah, I feel like in many circumstances, Willow's the way you lead it with, but I feel like also in those circumstances, Gene is banned out. It's a high priority ban because it's just so busted, man. You get constant trickle damage against the enemy side, sure, but I would say it's way more about the fact that you have a pull and that you have constant healing on your side. Now, that's more valuable in like pokey matchups, not so much for Lumi. She's not going to be poking as much as she is going to be trying to create some control on lanes with her gadget, as well as just holding the Morning Stars there as a deterrent. If someone gets a little too close, she can pop the gadget, they'll slip forward, and then Buster should be able to finish the job from there. Now, Momotaru now have an aggressive brawler in Squeak on their team. Should be also able to hold lane, but there's potential for him to be run down by this Gen.G. Gen.G won't have like the best matchup into Willow, so I see potential there. But I want to point something out. Usually with the Gene, you pair something that is able to get a kill quickly, right? Well, Momotaru, every single brawler they've selected alongside the Gene takes delay before it can deal damage. So I'm seeing a sort of just a lack of rhythm really from this team. It doesn't really work together with the Gene pull.
100% agree. You've got pretty much 3 supports. And Gen.G, I think they solved the equation nicely with that Gen.G at the very end. They knew that they needed some kind of an assassination type brawlers. I think I was considering the likes of even Miko, Ali, or Mortis, but I think Gen.G is just the more high HP, high sustained choice, and it's the better idea for sure. Now, wow, we're going to be landing a 2-man slow inside the mid. That's just going to buy priority for Bono to just, you know, sort of trickle into the backline, but no major aggressive moves made by Gen.G just yet. They are in the lead with that blue star, and they are completely aware of it. They're trying to split up this Momotaru roster and allow Bono to get that, you know, little bit of value before they make an aggressive move.
Yeah, well, while he's been exchanging health to get in range on the right side, Gen.G Esports has been almost successful there on the left side. Squeak is able to get a takedown onto Moting to start things off, getting back that control. Bono is here to get the blue star. Momotaru 08 respond with a kill of their own, and now they have the lead. And they have such a great defensive composition. Once Gene gets that pull, it's going to be an even better deterrent, and Willow has the mind control that can be an excellent response into the Gen.G. Squeak is really trying to get back into those lines. Yeah, sliding around a little bit on Lumi's ice before he finds his way in the left pocket, but he does manage to do so in the end.
Yeah, now the Gene leading onto that left side. I think they want to get a pull onto that Gen.G, maybe try and burst him down, but I think you rightly pointed out they don't really have the burst damage, and I think that might be the reason why this Gene, nope, he's not running the Spirit Slap, almost gets wiped there by the Buster. Bono is controlled now by the Willow, is going to be able to reclaim one of those kills, but with 20 seconds left on the clock, they've lost that critical Gene pull that is so important to survive. That now the pull is back online, but they're forced all the way back into the base. Moting has taken way too much damage, can't seem to stop this. The pull onto Cookie, it's good. It's just Bono now left 1 versus 3. He needs to get a team wipe here, and no, just control. Get out of my house, says the Willow.
Nicely done, and that's game number 1 going to Momotaro 08. They've stolen this one away. I saw potential for something like really weird to happen there as well. I think if Gen.G had gotten a couple kills and then Willow hit the mind control, like before the squeak super procced, it would have been a throw. I was like waiting for that to happen. Thankfully it didn't, but it would have been an entertaining interaction. And once more, it's just something to note. The hazard of having brawlers that attack after a delay, or at least, you know, they deal the full extent of their damage after a delay, as a response to something that is hyper-aggressive. Speaking of hyper-aggression, though, look at Momotaro 08. By this time in the previous game, we saw them sitting back. Now they're full out on offense.
The change in confidence and posture from the team is really, really obvious. And Gen.G, I mean, after that loss against Na'Vi, they look like a completely different team. The amount of, well, feeding, and I am losing my mind watching what is happening here. Mori getting that backline kill off the control. Willow's got 5 stars. This is not expected. Now max range pull on the Gene just to flex even harder on Gen.G. 10 stars to 1, and Moding left by his lonesome, left to run for the hills.
I felt like Willow might cycle over to that right side versus Moding, but looks like Squeak is pretty content in this matchup. And here's the turret once more. That's excellent damage from Gene for a second kill. And at this point, Gen.G Esports are practically feeding Momotaro 08. They can't properly aggress the Willow because she'll become invincible whenever she wants to. That's the gadget, that's the hypercharge, and super combo as well. Might as well just go for it. Bono does have the super, try to anticipate, did get some damage, but no follow-up. And despite a hypercharge pop, nothing really arrives. A yank here from Gene to make his count 6, and this is a total domination for Momotaro.
This is a complete change from that game number 1. Yes, the Willow's gonna be missing that super here, but if we're gonna be honest, Gen.G, they need a complete team wipe and then some to come back from these 15-star deficit. Will they even be able to get 1 kill? There is the first one of the game, but that's all they get. A consolation prize is there. 4 stars. Momotaro, they sweep this set 2-0. An absolute dominant fashion. Oh my. 5-0 in kills for the Gene, 5-0 in kills for the Willow. We don't have a stat to count for the number of times that they got their utility off, but I'm willing to bet that every single one of those kills is a conversion from a control or from a pull.
Surely has to be. Like, Gene got so many kills solo. Reason being, the entire squad worked together to get enemies low, and then Gene was able to punish because something was called out in the draft as a hazard, and it turned out to actually not be as big of a deal as we thought because of the way that Gene decided to play, where they would get a target low and then yank them back. So Gene would get the kill solo with like a couple of shots, never more than 2 to execute an enemy. Just well adapted, well played for Momotaro. That is why Gene is banned out so frequently. He's a star player for the squad. He's so versatile. Could have like played with Magic Puffs if he wanted, but didn't really need to. Wonderful from Momotaro. I think already exceeding my expectations for them versus Gen.G. Just a better draft, and definitely a mistake on Gen.G's part for leaving that Gene open.
I think they had 2 choices. If you can't deal with the Gene, you gotta ban it. But the other thing is the 2-3 selection that came out from them with this Lumi and the Buster. Neither of them were really, you know, sort of answers to this Gene whatsoever. There was no respect for it given. They just wanted to play and go with their own ideas there. I don't like the Lumi, if I'm gonna be honest, or I don't like the pairing at the least. The Lumi and the Buster together didn't really make too much sense with me. And then once again, the last pick was the most logical pick that I could have gone there, but it's just like my ranked matches, you know? You might be the last pick, but if your first 2 picks were rubbish, you can't really save the draft.
This is true. Well, okay. Spoo, I feel like we're in a time loop because it's back to the same old thing. It's Dueling Beetles time. Now for the Brawlers, a kit first selection. Folks, I feel like every time we see that kit open, it is going to be first picked. Let's see how it fares into an Amber. Shouldn't be too good in the early game. Could totally sneak up on an Amber to be met with dancing flames. But any respectable kit should be getting a super off of the first interaction if you can sneak up on someone. And then those dancing flames will be dancing right around you where you are all safe and sound. But Kit is not just about getting the stun, it is about the synergy that you can have with your teammates. Now you will note that Momotaro have already banned out some of the top tanks here, and Gen.G Esports threw one of theirs in the ring as well, but there are more to be played at the moment.
Gotta say, this Gen.G setup that they've done, they tried the B earlier, and they did it without the wall break, as you said, so it wasn't even B at the full power, and the problem it had was that it lacked the permanence and it's required to stay on the point. So once again, Gen.G have left their last pick open, but it's almost just so predictable. They need something to go on the point, but at the same time, have they answered this Kit? I don't think so. Honestly, the best answer to a Kit, and I think a secret reason why this brawler was buffed, Cordelius, is literally the way that you break Kit. You have it's the only ability in the game that can separate the jump when it comes online, and it's just completely ignored there by the side of Gen.G. This is puzzling for me, and I hate to say it, but the newcomer here, Momotaro, they look like they're the ones that's leading the drafts.
You know, another strat that I've seen to separate the Kit is actually Finks with the second gadget, and it's possible. It would be like pretty decent to play into the B, just not a priority at all. There are way better things to play at the moment. It's going to be a Jae-Young to enable. So it is the Kit and Lily combo, and Jae-Young to keep it there, and a final selection of Doug to counter literally everything except for the Jae-Young.
Sausage, mustard, ketchup, whatever you want,
Mustard?
you name it, it is in town. Our friendly dinosaur lifeguard is back in business. I have to say, though, this is a selfish Doug. It doesn't really look like it has very good targets to get that super on. Best target's probably gonna be on Bono, but given the amount of burst damage that Momotaro have, I have to say, I'm expecting Moding or whoever is playing this Doug to at least whiff at least one super this game, because it's just so difficult to time it perfectly to stop an assassination attempt. That's gonna be the problem. It does, solve the problem of permanence, but still, yeah, look at this. The Lily's already by this target. It's gonna be Cookie, the first one to fall here, and Momotaro, they surge into the lead. Now Kit looking for more kills on his own. There's one, there's two, 3 swipes is all it takes. They're just chilling in the mid with his buddy, just throwing some unsanctioned alcohol.
Already vastly exceeding my expectations, this team from Momotaro, because you see the synergistic capabilities, but I can't help but start to question what the matchups are going to be into Doug. Well, now that he does have that first super up, things are starting to kick off. Nice pop of the gadget from Jae-Young for the kill. You don't see that one every day. Bono also will fall. Here's Lily closing in, but Cookie rejects him with a hypercharge. Look for another bit. Jae-Young is speeding away from Moding with the hypercharge active, and he could not get his super. That's definitely a waste of a hypercharge from Doug, but he was so close to getting his super.
Jay not going to be denying that kill onto the Kit, but it's going to allow Bono to cycle yet another burn. He's going to connect onto the Jae-Young. That's a big one for them to get. Kit's going to be wasting the super, jumping on a teammate that's already in the grave. And Moding cleans up Lily as the back as well. Everything going in favor of Gen.G here. There's still one more push left inside Momotaro, but looking at the resources, they don't have any supers online and they need to get it up ASAP.
Moding in for a kill, and he's staying alive alongside Bono and Cookie. That's game 1 going to Gen.G. It did work. There were moments where it didn't look so hot, but in the end, Doug gets it done.
Turns out mustard is all you needed to win. You don't really need to tank for another team. Moding, he runs it down. Yeah, as a Daryl last series, he had the struggles of, rolling onto walls. This time the walls are his friend. Maybe that's the equation. Give Moding a brawler that, doesn't have issues attacking beyond walls, and he'll get the job done. Now, jumping into this game though, it's a similar... No, it's a different story from that game number 1. The lead now is firmly onto Gen.G, and wow, there, the super comes out clutch for Moding. Is going to keep him alive, but Kit, no, there's the hypercharge. Wow, the synergistic damage comes online. That's what you expect to see from this brawler. Almost a double and a triple kill soon for him.
Momotaro 08 finally looking alive here, but they're still getting run down by Moding. He had bad intentions with that hypercharge, and he's going to do it once again. Has the super active. Oh no! That's not that great. Or was it? That's going to actually cycle the Kit hypercharge. Very, very sneaky. And it's gotten it for them off of that interaction. Really shrewd here from Momotaro 08 to use whatever util they can be offered. Also means that Moding is going to be lacking in terms of supercharge when it comes to this next push. Intelligent here from Lily to go into the realm, allow for Jae-Young to get the takedown onto Doug. Gen.G Esports are now going to have to stare down the barrel of this hypercharged Kit. He's running into the fire field, but he'll still remain alive because Amber didn't manage to ignite it.
So unfortunate for that. That could have been a double or a triple kill for them. And now with Lily going into denied once again, he still gets the burn off though, but managing to jump onto Moding. The Kid will still fall to that hypercharge burn, but it is Momotaro that is now firmly in the lead. And we see the weakness of the B. Without a wall break online, it's hard for them to push back in unless Bono or Moding comes in. Now the Lily there with a super goes onto Moding. There they go. Kid jumps away from Moding for the last second, but then runs back in immediately to feed. Okay, they were just waiting for the timing. Momotaro, they've got this one in the bag.
Wow, what a comeback. Gen.G looked so confident in that first one, and momentarily they fired back with really just like better microplay and some smart decisions in the moment. Seeing the Doug on his last legs and equating that not to a brawler that they had to avoid until his super ran out, but more of a wait. If he gets back to full health, then Kit, you're going to get a hypercharge, so let's focus him. That is smart right there. It's the micro. It adds up to make good macro. It adds up to get you a win. Momotaro 08 will find themselves in a similar situation as last time, where they start off to a delayed beginning. Gen.G Esports sort of have the better comp in the moment, but Momotaro 08 are heavily reliant on the positioning of the Lily, as well as Kit getting his hypercharge.
He's got neither of those things available now, and Bono almost getting a kill with that Dancing Flames. Moding's going to be coming back. He's got a hypercharge of his own, but gonna get 3-tapped there by the Kid. And there we go. Hypercharge is back online. Yeah, we got to nerf this hypercharge rate. Okay, a miss super from the Lily there. It's unfortunate, but not the end of the world, because you've got this Kid cycling 1-2 supers, jumping to the other side. He's going to live Moding alive, but he was just sparing him, if I'm honest there. I mean, that's not a kill that's high priority for him. And he secures so much tempo off the backs of that.
This could be the play once again. Kit taken down. If he jumped on top of Jae-Young, then they could have done the same thing that they did last time with the takedown on Moding. But here comes Kit with the invincibility shield from Respawn. Got him a bit of value there, but was certainly overzealous. No kill on Bono because he got tapped up by those Dancing Flames. As soon as Momotaro 08 looked to be confidently in the lead, Gen.G Esports fire back, largely off of, well, the same stuff that they used in game number 1, and then a few mistakes from Momotaro. But there's going to be the stun that was needed so desperately. That was a misplay from Kit, though. At least he's got a hypercharge to work with. One onto Bono. Could be taken down, but B didn't have enough time to load up that second shot with the hypercharge. Excellent stun from Momotaro. 8% sits between Gen.G and victory, but Momotaro have a chance.
That's all they really need here. It's the final push there coming out from Gen.G, and it's going to be Kristen by the power of Moding and his heal. There we go. The Kid already going onto the backline trying to get this Bono kill, but he's respawned there by his team. Just kept alive. The Dud came in clutch at the last second, but Jae-Young shuts it down. And with only a 4% differential between these teams, Momotaro are the ones coming out on top.
Quite possibly the most ridiculous comeback that I have seen in the Rival Challengers League so far, versus a team that was slated to lose this matchup coming in just based on past stats. The way that they executed here was unreal. You give them a brawler that just got this hypercharge as of only a couple days ago and is being played so fundamentally differently than he usually would. A very high execution brawler, and look how it panned out. Did get taken down a bunch of times. Really, it was all about Jae-Young having the survivability, and Jae-Young being alive till the bitter end is what allowed them to come back in Game 3 over here. But everything for Momotaro 08 was pretty high execution. You had Jae-Young that had to utilize his speed to weave through those shots from B, had to be mindful of when Amber was dominating mid and then stay away from there. You have delicate interactions with Doug that were navigated beautifully by Jae-Young and Kit together, and then evidently good comms or perhaps just good intuition, since it seems like Lily quite reliably came out of the realm underneath a valuable target like B or Amber.
Huge props there to Momotaro. They first picked this kit. It was unanswered largely by the Gen.G draft. This B and this Amber selection, neither of them were true sort of hard counters to it, and then forced to pick up the Doug at the end. And Moding, it's not like he played bad or anything. It's really just that, as you mentioned, Momotaro, the execution level from these three players is just so high. I have to repeat once again, guys. I looked at the leaderboard. I was looking for these guys in the East Asian leaderboards, and it's not because I can't read Japanese, but I couldn't find them. They're not even on the leaderboard. They're a really very fresh team, so to speak. Played against these guys in ranked before, but this is the first time I'm seeing them going up against a competitive team, and man, they are really impressing. Ready? We're out of the time loop. We got a new map.
Oh, thank God. We can breathe a little bit. Sneaky Fields, I was feeling a little bit claustrophobic in those bushes. There are a few here, but they're spread out enough that, like, I'm fine with them. What does concern me nonetheless, not in the nature of a phobia, is the Mo for a selection from Gen.G Esports. A lot of times when you have a first pick, it's because, well, a couple of things. Either you believe it's really versatile, or you got your bans out and you have just like a great game where it's going to do very well, so it's a high priority for you to get number one. This, I am not really seeing it. Maybe they believe Mo is versatile here. He is able to self-pass. That's really helpful. Some bank shot opportunities to utilize alongside your super. So like pass forward, super to the ball, and you have your super while you're in the super. So bank it off into the goal. Enlighten me, Spoo. Y'all don't see it, but this man is smiling, so he knows something that I don't.
Oh man, yeah, you got cams on me now too. No, I'm just telling
That's
you,
right.
Chat's got some really good assessments there on the meta. Tom and Jerry meta is what it's describing. I think I couldn't have said it better myself. Honestly, this is some really great phrases here. But coming into Gen.G Esports, yep, we've got an animal comp, you've got a unicorn, you've got a dragon, and now you've got a mouse. But we got to talk about the mouse, because this hypercharge from Mo has been unexplored so far. I've seen a little bit of clips there online on the social media, but in the challenge phase that we saw yesterday, it kind of completely fell flat on its face. Like, we didn't even get to see it charged. But what I know is that it's a super that can pretty much hit the entire map. Like, the range is enormous, and the length of the drill is absurd. So it is, in theory, similar to Draco in the sense of it's another full team-wide button if it's executed properly. Now, Momotaro, though, they're not, you know, completely ignoring it. They still opt to go for two brawlers that I think are slightly decent into it. But I have to say, Momotaro, they've doubled down on that, you know, Jae-Young strategy. Just add so much mobility on top of that additional speed, and they're going to be trying to just run over Gen.G Esports.
Okay. Yeah, they have the new rendition of Draco and the actual rendition of Draco. In terms of counters from Momotaro 08, nothing really so far. Let's see what they're able to do over here. Gen.G Esports are going to be looking to farm up some valuable hypercharges, and they have the positioning thanks to Barry. He's gotten his first super, can start to move things forward. Also, has to be getting closer to that hypercharge, mind you. That's aggression in from Moding, but a breakaway on the right side. Oh my goodness, a wide open goal for Daryl with two self-passes in a row. And folks, that is why you spread out on this map.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing a comp that's requiring to stick together, and now Moding going to be making a solo play on his own. Going to be deleted there by the Darrow. This roll, nicely juked there by Bono, but still not enough damage to get through there. I mean, not enough health, and going to be cleaned up. Momotaro, now they've got to make a choice. Do they want to go for a second goal? Yes, they do. The Kaze is already on the hunt and slots in the ball. 2-0, a clean game for Momotaro. They now are looking at a potential match point.
And they've only dropped one game along the way. That's really one of the more important things to note is coming into this, I thought that Gen.G was going to take it. I think you did too, Spood, just like based off historical record. This is the expected victor. These are the favorites, and they have not delivered. And I think that can be attributed to Momotaru. I think Gen.G Esports have also attempted to get creative over here, but maybe a little too creative, right? I wasn't really able to interpret this one. Interesting, a pass over to Draco. Recovered by Cookie with a super forward and a bank into the goal.
Maybe they weren't playing for the hypercharge after all. They were just playing for the same mobility game as well. But Gen.G show that they still have signs of life. Folks, I gotta talk about the stakes real quick. Guys, whichever team wins this match qualifies for playoffs. I just want to put it out there, okay? And whichever doesn't win doesn't qualify for playoffs. That is how high stakes this match is. But I don't really think the players necessarily know, given the quality of the gameplay that we're seeing so far. But then again, now the roll going out to the back line. One kill, but then abandoning it, goes straight back to defend for his team. Momotaru, and one goal down. But with this Kaze making a breakaway play, and wow, Mori just flew all the way to the other side of the map. Cookie's got the hypercharge ready. Oh, there it is! The drill from Dev comes online, but not really catching anyone. The mobility coming up from Momotaru so high. They get the goal. Gen.G strike back, and they strike hard. They still want a chance at playoffs.
Oh man, that's their second one this match so far. We are over here in set number 3, so they've managed to bring us to game 3 2 times in a row now. They might be able to secure it away. So the Mo Hypercharge, we finally get to see it, even if it was just once. And the length of the drill, as you pointed out, is insane. The speed is awesome. Gen.G Esports may be able to find their way out of a match point, because they still find themselves at the brink of destruction and not going ahead and qualifying for the playoffs. Double stuns all around for Daryl. Not quite, though. That's Kaze with a breakaway, and that's one goal on the board. One more for Momotaru to make it to playoffs.
That's just all that they need here. Gen.G are now hard pressed to find a solution to this, but looking at resource counts here, Bono, he's just got his first super of the game, but with that fan storm dropping, it's gonna force the entire team to split apart and go back. At the very least, Bono does have a hypercharge, but it's the Daryl here. He picks up the... No, that's not the ball, that's just Cookie. He couldn't really find the ball now going all the way to the back line. This is the second row that he has committed, and Cookie, though, gonna be popping the hypercharge off his own to go out. Now Bono with the second purple button to follow up, trying to get some kills here and pressure going at the very least. Cycles out another super. He's committing for this one, but ball control cycled over to the Darrow. Once again, not in the right spot. The first roll goes out. Cookie flies back, tries to catch it. Can the camera catch the action in time? Yes, we can see it. Cookie cycles the ball back forward, and I am running out of breath ready.
This is one that will leave you sucking air afterwards, because it is just that exhilarating. All over the place right now, but look at the left lane. That's aggression from Kaze and from Daryl, forcing this ball to the back left. He's now focused on his next super, knows that his realest chance of getting this one is a double super. Wide open, hypercharge, and goal. Qualification to playoffs, Momotaru 08. The dark horses from yesterday to take an unexpected victory now find themselves at the pinnacle of the Rival Challengers League competition. They're going to the final month to fight for their lives in 3 days of playoffs.
Huge congratulations to Momotaru. They've blazed through the trials. They came in at the last second to show us that they deserve a spot in the playoffs, which shocks me at the way that we've structured this tournament, because if you can get third place on the last playoffs, I mean the last month, and you actually make playoffs, it's like, I love the fact that we implemented this, right? Like, it really incentivizes comebacks. And I gotta say, Momotaru, they really impressed me there. The way that they've been playing throughout the day, the team play, it just really, it reminds me of a young, sort of up and coming Japanese team that really wants to show what they have to offer for you know, all their work pretty much. And today they showed off. They really managed to, you know, pull it together against Reject. They almost took like a single set off them, but today that's not the story. Now they managed to bring down Gen.G. You can actually safely say that they have taken down a team that's capable of being top 8 in East Asia. Yesterday they already beat Rival. Wait, no, Gen.G beat Rival yesterday, and now this team beats Gen.G. Does that mean that this team's better than Rival? We don't really know, right? don't want to say that. Oh wait, technically Gen.G beat Zeta, so this new Momotaro.
There you go.
Watch
There you go.
There you go. There you go, guys. Crazy Raccoon signing up next year.
Man, I love bracket math because it just makes so much sense now, doesn't it? So let's talk about this. Now that we've summed up our third match of the day, we have a new bracket for you guys to look at. So let's talk about it, Spoo. Upper bracket semifinals. Reject took a 3-0 up there. Navi took a 3-0 in theirs. And then finally, Momotaro somehow managed to get a 3-0 in there. So it's been a pretty efficient day so far, honestly. But it does mean that we're finished with the first half of the competition today. All right, y'all, that's our first 3 matches now out of the way. Up next, we're headed to the winners finals. But Spoo, I want to know what chat is saying.
Chat? All right, one moment. Let me just...
Okay, looks like it's back to a one-man show again. Not really sure where he went.
Yo, Reddy, what you doing, man? Where's all the name at you doing?
I'm busy. I got other stuff going on.
Other stuff?
I'm in school. I'm doing research. It's coming back to North America, bro.
coming back, bro?
Yes, I'm bringing back the North American Matcherinos. It's chill. It's fine. It's cool.
Really? You
Yeah.
doing it for us?
Yes.
All right, bet.
I would never forget NA.
All right.
Okay.
We're gonna win, all right?
Yep. Okay. Bye, man. You can leave. You're taking a long time to get out of here. He's already in NA. I'm not sure exactly where we're going to get him, but we're going to find him somewhere to sleep for the night at least. Folks, we're going to be right back after this break with more Brawl Stars action. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rival Challengers League. I hope you enjoyed that little break. Spoo, I know it was a tough journey back to Singapore, and it was a lot of distance to travel in 3 minutes, but you made it. And also, thanks for squeezing the information out of me. Yeah, like North American Matrianos are coming back. As you can see by everything around us, I've finally gotten a lot of the programming done, so we should have some fun production coming up, too.
All right, being possessed by SK last month, and then
North
possessed
America.
by Bobby of all people this month. Look, I need an exorcist or something, okay? And look, Bobby, we love you. We hope you're doing better. We know it's been rough. If this anyone wants to hear, but yeah, Bobby's had a pretty rough time, and I hope that he's gonna be feeling better soon. Can't wait to see him again soon. But yeah, look forward to some NA Matcherinos coming your way soon.
I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a whole lot of fun. But folks, before we can even talk about that, we have competition immediately at hand. It's time to start talking about Reject and Navi. It is our upper bracket winners finals. Upper bracket winners, same difference. Whoever wins this goes directly to the grand finals. They're guaranteed a second place. But folks, from there, you cannot afford to lose anymore. So let's start talking about our map pool over here. We've already had it selected, and the curse has been broken. It's time for dry season. Goodbye, Layer Cake. We're not gonna miss you.
Thank goodness I am running out of story points and draft notes and smart things to say about Layer Cake. Well, now we can sound smart on a different map. Dry Season, it's the latest addition to our map pool. I believe this map has just made a resurgence in the last switch up. Hopefully it is here to stay. It is a personal favorite of mine. I think this is one of the more tactical maps, one of the more strategic maps where you have to plan for quite a lot of things. You have to plan for how to compete for the first star of the game, whether you want to play from behind or whether you want to play from ahead. What are you going to opt to just break open the whole map, just take wall breaks, or are you going to pick gray, try to be a bit selfish, or so many ways that you can play this map now, and I think that that's what just makes it so interesting for me.
One of the things that I like to see here on Dry Season is like the wall break strategy, where you pick up Brock. It's become so much more popular on modes like Bounty and Knockout lately, and I'll take any excuse to see Brock. So when it comes to like initial wall break open the enemy's side, and then start destroying the entire map. Also, I find like last pick throwers to be like really unengaging, so it's a great deterrent for some of those. One that I have actually enjoyed seeing a lot as well, that is in a completely different realm than Brock or like any kind of sniper, is Kaze, because she can turn invisible in some of these bushes, get surprise attacks in the assassin form, which I've really enjoyed seeing at the pro level.
It's a scary one, and Kaze, you have to note that in that geisha form as well, it's competitive even with brawlers like Mortis and Gen.G for that priority of that first star. And that's why Kaze has been so good on Dry Season. In the past, I've had an equation about Dry Season that has since been disproved. Is that whoever gets that first star and has to play defensively just wins. Or not even about the first star, but more like whoever wins the first interaction and hence gets the defensive lead just instantly wins this map. That has been disproved. The meta is now no longer at a point where you have to hyper prioritize that and pick things like Carl and all that kind of stuff just to force the first star. So I think the map is now in a much more balanced state as a result.
Okay, good to note coming into this one that yes, it's not so chalked. In fact, a lot of times it seems like the meta is slated in a way that like holding on to that blue star is harder than it's ever been before. You can get that blue star, but you sacrifice so much in terms of defensive capability. Like used to be the way that you would always do it is, I don't know, like Gadget Forward is Carl. And now you have stuff like Kaze that's able to do it. Gen.G's able to do it. Heck, we've even seen Mortis do it, but we don't really talk about him. He's not that great at fulfilling his role. We saw it played on Dry Season, I think in East Asia, and it was like a bottom scorer on the team, even though they did win. So still a viable strategy, even in this region.
It's a Mameshi special for sure. I mean, it's a largely forgotten brawler, but it's still in the list of things just to compete for once again that first star. That's really one really big factor that has to be considered in dry season, and hope you guys learn something from that, because I can tell you that there's a lot of trauma associated with this map as well. I've seen hopes and dreams die on this, and there we go. That's what y'all have been asking for, right?
Melty Cam! My god, he looks so immaculate. It's like, I don't know, it's like a drawing. Like, the composition is just spot on. I'm always here to glaze the Melty Cam because he always gets all dolled up. Like, literally looks like a doll. But for the cam, this is just an excuse for us to put Melty on your screen, I think. And goodbye, Melty.
Can you believe that we just had a scene to glaze Melty? All right. Don't expose us, guys. Let's move on, all right? Sooner or later, we'll get his autograph in person as well. I'm sure of it. But now it's the Clash of the Titans, right? Rejects seed number 1 of the region, and Na'Vi seed number 3 of this region. Both of them in contention for the World Finals spots. It's all gonna come down to that BSC that last month, but for the time being in RCL, we're gonna get a sneak peek of it. Now, in dry season, Reject, like, you know, all that discussion we had earlier about first chart priority and all that kind of stuff, they throw it out the window. They just sit, we're Reject. Bottomon, you want to play Angelo? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure, dude. Dry season's a perfect place to do it, especially if you want to break open some of those walls. You know you want to. You know you want to play Brock and break open walls. Reject. Surely. Well, okay, look, this is one that we also called out. Carl should be able to pick up that blue star, especially in the face of stiffer competition, but if not, I'd still say that Angelo is a totally worthy brawler to go ahead and pick it up. You know, if he gets pressed a little too hard, then he can jump away. Definitely the better brawler to have that on so that you don't risk losing it, because Angelo's never like playing that aggro that he would realistically lose a blue star. Very much a KD brawler if you want to look at it that way. Another selection now for Reject, something into this Bell, and it's going to be Bonnie. Actually, one of the worst matchups into Bell, but as long as you're able to hit your shots and utilize that gadget properly, then it's not so bad. It's just high execution because it means that you need to get your super from a gadget use.
It's also notable that the Hypercharge now makes it a more viable than ever up against tanks, and it's got sort of set that comeback potential. You can also just use it defensively, like if a Draco tries to run you down, if you're in range, melee style, you can just jump up and down and it's 2 separate stuns. Now, Na'Vi though, yeah, they're not going to opt to try and compete for the blue star by grabbing it. They're going to be getting that early walking cane, and this could potentially be used to compete for that first interaction. You can clip the Carl right after he picks up the star and potentially get first blood off that. So that's going to be Na'Vi's answer for that first interaction. Now though, it's going to come down to how well they pilot this Draco, because there is quite a lot of kiting potential from Reject. You can see Melty's already got that flying hook queued up. Shoes obviously got the jump to break away from him anytime. It's only Battleman that isn't equipping that second gadget to jump away from the Draco. So there's really not that great of targets for this Draco to roll up against.
Look at how Melty navigates this early interaction. What a tap. A Choppy just needs one more. He's got some pretty respectable range. Outranges Carl, but Shu is going to look for this rotation. Something to note is that Bonnie has the exact same range as Gray after the range buff that made her so viable. So it should be a fair interaction, though she is quite slow. Here's the TP in from a Choppy for the finishing move. Melty trying to pick up the pieces. What? Got one, and Ryohi's put in a time loop. Oh no, what a disaster. A Choppy primed that teleport and sent Ryohi back to the spawn, guaranteeing a kill for Reject.
Get me out, says Ryohi, and he couldn't even get out in the end. It ended up being a complete collapse of the position and a team wipe. Now, 6 stars is the deficit, and the stars are completely spread out on the cross of Reject. But there we go. Ryohi now gets to use that TP to get into the backline. This is what he wants to, but his Dragon Form is starting to run out. He cycles it to a second one, and this is a tremendous amount of pressure there, but there we go. The stun out from Shu. It stuns the backline onto Shu, which saves Battleman, gets a kill on his own. Ryohi now pops the second super cycling once again. The trades fly. And through all of it, Reject maintained exactly 1 star ahead.
Once more in a defensive maneuver. This time, though, they have to face a hypercharged Gray Super. He's looking for the moment. It would be the perfect way to deposit Ryohei into some vulnerable, squishy backlines. Ryohei's coming in, looking for a kill. Shu repositioned to the left side, tries to get into the Super, but cannot do so. Emergency hyper teleport out from Gray on the left side. It's 10 seconds to go. Need to see a kill. Battleman slowed down. Ryohei with the deterrent Super. This is bad. Hypercharge in for Melty. Wants a Super now more than ever. A kill on the right side, but Na'Vi are ahead by 1 star. That's enough to keep them in the lead and get them game 1.
Such a chaotic back and forth and really just action-packed. Gone are the days where you have passive gameplay, you know, everyone picking long-range stuff, AFK till the last second. No, we've got a Draco, we've got a Carl, we've got a Bonnie in the action. It's just absolute cinema here going on at Dry Season. Now, game number 2 is going to be underway, and a much better early game from Na'Vi. Kristen, by some of the taps there from the Bell, it's going to be able to push Reject back into that last layer of base. Is going to allow Ryohei to slowly creep up on them.
Control so far for Reject. They have the position. Battleman around the right side for a snipe. Looks for the combo with Melty, but he's nowhere to be seen. Ryohei's hanging on by a thread. One more shot from Shu would do it. And Ryohei heals at the perfect moment to stay alive. Excellent stuff from Na'Vi, but a bit of a sell for Reject. It cost them their lead just now. They're in hot pursuit of another kill. They're now going to have to fight a defensive Na'Vi. Na'Vi were not originally equipped for this scenario, but they are certainly holding it well. And there was a kill for Kuru just a moment ago with his hypercharge. A Choppy with the teleport in. Melty just a moment too late to provide the necessary body blocking and keep his teammate alive, but he still finishes off with a kill and puts his team only 2 stars behind Na'Vi.
They've still got the blue star as well, which is just so crucial. Now they just need a single kill to put themselves back in the lead. They're starting to push them back, but this is where it comes out. Shu, though, goes for a double stun. The backline is empty. It stuns Ryohei there, but not really being able to get the kill. And that's kind of a strange move to make because you get the kill, but it's a one-way trip, exposing your entire team. It's just Melty left. He's going to go for a triple kill opportunity here, but not going to succeed because the Choppy's got the walking cane at the ready. And that's going to just completely crumble Reject's attempt to break into this base. Only 15 seconds left, and they have to break through a Draco hypercharge to get in.
10 seconds to go. Super in from Shu. Unsuccessful. Only feeds more fuel to the fire. Na'Vi with yet another kill. Make that 21 stars. And a set victory for Na'Vi in what was a pretty close game number 1. It turned into an entire set for Na'Vi. On the stats, I'm sure a similar story will be told. Just domination from Ryohei and a Choppy, but especially, I have to say, a Choppy from the beginning of game 1. But that was kind of sloppy on the beginning, honestly. You saw a Choppy and Ryohei both trying to escape. A Choppy primed the teleport. He died. Ryohei got teleported back into Reject spawn. It felt like that win was almost served to them for free, but Na'Vi managed to take it back in the end.
Superior comp potentially here. I think Reject there. First pick Angelo. I don't want to say it's not the math, but I want to say this is what Reject's been doing the entire year. They are the most stubborn team when it comes to sticking to their guns and sticking to control. Once again, 3 hybrid-like brawlers, and the weakness of Bottoman using this gadget is that he had no escape mechanism going up against a Choppy or Ryohei. There were so many kills where he nearly got picked off there, and his teammates had to sacrifice to keep him alive. So not the best of starts there for Reject, but I think just looking at the raw gameplay alone, it just felt like the comp was just slightly too hard for them to execute, and that's why it was a clean 2-0 there for Na'Vi. Monster Ryohei though, I mean, I've got to bring back the meme. You play against Na'Vi, Ryohei's favorite brawler is probably Draco at this point. You decide not to ban the Draco, they instantly pick it, and you lose the game.
Basically, and even here on, or well, a moment ago, on Dry Season, that was a serious hazard to have that one available. So now it's gone. Wait, you know what? You know what I'm reflecting on now is we're in a different round. We're in the winners semifinals. Maybe that accounts for the map change because everything has been different so far. It's time to talk about Ring of Fire. We saw this one repeatedly yesterday, Spoo. One that stood out to me a lot was, XD, man. Like, whatever. Pam stood out to me yesterday, and now I just feel like dumb saying it because, of course, the thing that you talked about just now, Ryohei on the Draco, rears its ugly head once more.
Man, okay. This equation was solved yesterday. The Draco first pick was a little bit too hot, but I have to say it. Like, that was, I believe, by Rival Esports, and they paired the Draco with something bizarre. It was IC on the Draco, I believe, and then they paired it with some, what was it, 8-bit Barley that came afterwards? I'm sure Alchemical X knows that's not the math, and he's not gonna go for it. Reject, once again. Look, guys. April monthly finals called for their meta back. Chester is now back in fashion. Wow, gonna be selecting the bow here to pair it off as their mid selection. They just bear in mind, guys, we had B open. You've had what else is open? Oh yeah, you had Bell open, and they decided to go for this bow instead. There's something in mind that they're having here as their priority of a selection. Yeah, Lu is open as well, so they have so many viable anti-tank options, and they're opting to go for this sort of higher risk, higher reward brawler instead.
Yeah, I feel like one of the concerns with B is that she doesn't really stand on the zone too well. She would at least be able to diff a Gus in my mind, but the bow I think also should be like pretty secure against a potential berry selection later, which it's generally good at shutting down anything that runs at you and is tripping those mines, and especially anyone who doesn't have that great of team comms is going to struggle into a bow. Here comes Mo, however, and yeah, mines, never heard of him. I'm going to be digging right past him. I'm going to be getting my hypercharge, and it should be a worthy lane matchup into the Chester.
Love to see it. This could be the Mo game, right? This could be the game where Mo actually pops off and we actually get to gush about how strong the new hypercharge is, because so far hasn't really been too impactful. And wow, Reject, really? Juju, really? I mean,
Daniel!
SA called for his meta because I don't know. I don't understand this. I mean, I feel that Na'Vi just have the comps, do they not? Like, they've got better side lanes, they've got great mid control. The Juju is an annoyance at the start, but you've got one Draco Super come online, and then what can you do?
Well, do they have... So, remind me who has the SA drafter, because then we might start picking this apart. Alchemical X is drafting for someone here, so... I'm wondering which one it's going to be. Does that mean that they're better equipped to deal with it? I think I'm talking about a whole lot of nothing, which is my job a lot of the time. But let's talk about something. Shu on the right side. He's got 3 different elements to work with, and he's cycling between them. He has some slow that he can operate with, but he just doesn't have a favorable lane matchup against this Mo. But really, who does? Achapi doesn't seem to be bothered at all by this. Ryohei rushes in from the left to pinch. Oh my goodness. And there was just no preparation for that at all.
Yeah, they let Ryohei enter the base. Battleman's, he's got a job there to do, but it's just really hard to pinch him out. And I can't believe this is happening. Ryohei's got a super, and look at Kuru. He's got the trigger discipline, not even opting to use that cookie popper. He left it for Ryohei to heal off, and then now that's gonna save it for the next kill here. It's gonna be on Battleman cycling out another kill. Ryohei's already got a hypercharge. Reject. This comp was not it.
No, I don't really think so. Achapi is just polluting this right side. Shu's doing his best. That's a big super right there for Achapi. Hyper popped by Melty, but is a fruitless effort. Only a few percent to go for Na'Vi, and Reject already know that it is over. Just nothing executed the way that it was meant to.
Ryohei, I've got a letter for you. Can you calm down for like half a second so that your Captain Achapi can show off the Mo a little bit? Because, dude, I mean, we've been talking about it the entire time, which is don't give this man Draco. He's so comfortable on it. Man runs headfirst into a Chester, dodges low percentage shots against the bow. He's gonna do it again. And now he's got a Juju matchup, which in theory is even better for him. There we go. Battleman's already like, no. He's getting out of my face. It's not happening this time. And Battleman now getting to the backline. This is a much better start for Reject.
So far, so good, but what happens when the Draco comes alive? He's got to get through Battleman first. Previously, he was able to kind of go around it. Well, just runs him down. Doesn't even matter that Battleman had a heal. 1, 2, 3, you're dead. I'm in your bushes, and I might have 1 HP, but dude, I'm about to have 10,000 if I'm left here to heal up, which he will do. And a Reject have to obey that positioning, going so far as to start breaking their own bushes on the right.
Okay, that's good for them at the very least, and Shu with that aggressive position manages to force out Reject. As much as it looks scrappy for them, yeah, wow, Battleman now finally pops off their first nuke of the game, goes out the second to follow. That's Fat Boy and Little Man on the Na'Vi base, just completely destroying it there. Nukes fly out from Battleman to take him down, but there Ryohei's got weapon of mass destruction for himself. It's gonna be taken down though. This is uncharacteristic from him. And Melty now popping his purple button to isolate the backline. Him and Battleman in tow, but a Choppy with a super of his own trying to clean things up in the backline. They're just gonna break through these mines to secure back mid control. And the dust settles, and Kuru is the one that survives it all in the mid. Doesn't pop the shield that was gonna be taken down by Battleman. Just mistakes all around from the Na'Vi roster.
Well, at least he has it to pop on a Ryohei when he respawns, because he's been taken down too. Hypercharge out from Kuru. Just gonna have to go for whatever he can. No impact whatsoever from that super, by the way. Only allowed himself to take a little bit more damage from Chester on the left. Here comes a Choppy around the right. Take down over there. Ryohei with a kill on the right, and a hypercharged super in from Chester. That amounts to nothing. Navi knew exactly the lineup that they needed to stand at to avoid all of the poison damage. Reject. Oh my goodness, a team wipe. They may have a chance here yet. Just 6% of wiggle room. Stun on Ryohei. Now make that 2. Navi looking for any opening. A Choppy looks for the hypercharge in, but can't get the kill on Shu. A 1% difference.
Unbelievable from Reject. They made the impossible happen off the backs of just so much chaos. Battleman reminds us why Chester was considered for a nerf and for some point was considered overpowered. Yes, he managed to cycle so many of those hypercharged supers. One of them did miss, but didn't really matter. Managed to get, the zone denial as best as possible. And we gotta talk about Melty and Shu. Just, cycling utility between them, it stalled for so much time. Now, once again, in this next game, another great start from them. Battleman though got 3-tapped by Kuru. It allowed for Shu to enter the mid, but by losing that crucial infiltrator and anti-tank, that's going to allow Na'Vi to take back mid control.
Na'Vi are here. Kuru would love a super to keep Ryohei alive, but just did not have the ammunition. Might just need one more shot to get it. He does. Instantly pops it to try and keep Shu back. And Shu just gets his gadget out, runs for the hills, and stays secure. Versus anyone that comes his way, looks like it's going to have to be Ryohei. He's got diminished damage while inside of these bushes, but he has no real other option. Battleman lucky here with the super to get the stun. Ryohei is now approaching Shu. Did no one tell him that there was a speedy Draco coming his way? He was going so quickly, and now Reject have been fully forced into their own backlines, pretty much off the back of a Draco, making their way into its bushes.
Now Kuru stepping up to the plate. The slows fly out there from Shu. Gets knocked out there by a Choppy. Kuru gets the pinch there. And it's still Ryohei. That's the major issue there in the mid. Gets his fire breathing form out. Gets 1 kill. Gets 2. Now another one onto Melty. The max range lance is doing way too much damage. It's a repeat of game number 1. Battleman, he does get that hypercharged super though. So it's a little bit of aerial denial back in the mid. But let's be real here, guys. This is a mountain they have to climb. It's a fire breathing dragon they have to slay. And they can't do it. Na'Vi gonna be taking 2 sets in a row.
The best effort from Reject was not enough to slow this unrelenting charge from Na'Vi. 1% victory in game number 2. A win is a win, hey, but if that's as close as it's gonna get, then you might as well spare yourself the effort of playing that game 2 and go ahead and hand it over to Na'Vi. That's set number 2. Gone and squared away. Let's take a look at the stats and see if a similar picture was painted. Because if I recall, there was a formidable effort, yes, from Chester indeed. 12 kills for the guy, but he was dying quite a lot, thanks to Draco running directly at him. That's a hazard. See, Chester can be a good anti-tank, but it's against stuff like a Gen.G that needs to be right on top of you to get good damage. Draco at range is like barely getting hit by your pea shooter while he's killing you in 3 shots.
Man, couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see whether Reject have finally learned their lesson, right? And bear in mind, once again, I have to point out, this is a Draco first pick. And it was allowed a 16.3 KD. Yes, it's Real here piloting it, but it doesn't make it hurt any less. If you're Reject now, you've got to reflect, how is it that the equation to a Draco first pick is Bo Chester as the math and then Juju last pick? Like, it's like they were trying to give Real Hay the best clip farming opportunity on the planet. There we go. Na'Vi, they respect the Draco more than they respect their opponents, and they're gonna be banning out themselves. They allow the kit through though, so this could be the beginning of a comeback for Reject, or is it a trap by Alchemical X?
Just about every single time we see this kit, it is a win for whoever picks it. So many good synergies with this brawler. They're all tanks. So it shouldn't be really hard to tell what it's going to be, but let's be real here. There are tanks that counter tanks. Now, there are some things countered by Frank. Can't really go Doug anymore, for example. So I don't think Navi have to worry about that. But still, there is a possibility of Frank being countered by an anti-tank. And hey, maybe that's the direction that Reject decide to take. I see lots of viable things for Navi to do here. They could decide, you know what? We would actually like a different mid and run Charlie up a lane. Having Charlie as a possible mid, I think deters Reject from going ahead with a B. I think there's potential also for Willow to get rid of some of these spiders and allow a B up mid, maybe. But really, you need a playmaker here. Is this a Rico game? There are just so many different things you could go for here, but there's no tank from Reject, so the way that this kit is going to play is not really as versatile as we've seen before today.
I don't feel good looking at this Reject draft. I've got to say, I'm not a fan of pairing up this Willow with the kit. I think they're just, diametrically opposed when it comes to strategy here. And now they've got, the vehicle for that kit. It's going to be the Melody of choice. And yes, it's a good one, but does it overwhelm this Frank selection? Because bear in mind that the reason why Na'Vi picked up the Frank is it's because with noise cancelling, I believe the kit can't land the stun. And if you jump a Frank with noise cancelling, the kit gets stunned, but the Frank doesn't. And so it's a free kill for the Frank. Something like that along those lines. I could be wrong, but it's logical for me. Na'Vi also, the Frank also has, plenty of health to work up, and yeah, this is it's telling Reject that, we don't care about your Willow, we don't think you have the damage, we're not convinced that Shu's gonna land the super of his life, and we're just going to 3-0 you. That's the statement that I think Na'Vi are making here.
We don't care about your Willow. We're gonna 3-0 you. Your fit's whack. Your hairline sucks. Just like throwing everything at him. Relax, Navi. We get it. You gave him a kit so you could play the Frank. Get over yourselves. This may be another situation where Reject have good gameplay, but the draft is just not really doing them any favors, and it's due to a trap late for Navi, because I see the math here where that kit is not really going to have any play. The only good thing that it can pair up with is Melty. Now, when I look for things that can work out for Reject, first of all, they're really freaking good. Second of all, Melty should be able to deal with the Charlie quite effectively, because Charlie doesn't really want to cocoon her, since those notes are still going to rotate around her, and all you've done is frozen them in a place and made her basically invincible for a short period.
You've got to see now, does Butterman opt to, yep, he rides his vehicle. There is my humble steed. It is Melty now going in there, but just completely blown up, destroyed by the Frank there. And now Kuru with this cocoon up just denies the rest of the assault. What an interesting interaction there. You cocoon Shu with the control, and suddenly a Chappie is stunned as well. I've never seen that before in my life. That's pretty cool. Now Butterman there with the hypercharge, though this is not doing anything. All right, there is one goal for Na'Vi coming up shortly. Unless Shu gets the mind control of his life, it's not happening. Na'Vi straight line gaming is the meta, and it works.
I can't get over the pass to Shu as he came out of the mind control. He was really unsure what to do. It's like the clip of the guy getting like pump faked, and then he receives the pass out of bounds. Yeah, you'll have to look it up for yourself. I won't paint the picture any further for you. Here's a mind control. Choppy looks for the bank shot. Bit of a messy tip off to the left side. At least that's probably a kill. Okay, for Battleman and Melty. That would have been a goal though if that had been a better pass. Excellent stuff from Battleman. He was gonna die anyway, but got Ryohi pretty low. Shu in with the mind control. Looks for a kill on Ryohi. Womp womp, womp womp. That's 2 misses in a row, and things are just not going well for Reject.
I felt like going for a goal there would have been better than going for a kill there, and now it's just a consolation prize. The Choppy's not even gonna fall. You've got 2 utility going on it, and yeah, Melty's gonna play literal 1 versus 2 here in the backline. They still got a chance here with that hypercharge. Now the self pass to him. Melty just showing off here why this guy can play Melody as well. Now 15 seconds left on the clock though. It's overtime that we're headed to, and frankly speaking, neither team have overtime comp.
Not really, but at least Shu has mind control. It's going to be a huge asset for him. Kill for Melty doesn't hurt at all. Shu would have rather super that one up, I feel, but he's got the mind control now. That's gotta be it. A bit of healing as well. There it is, onto a Choppy. Stun! And the cocoon onto him at the same time. A Choppy bursts out of the cocoon from Kuru, and now he's ready to lay destruction upon Battleman. But Battleman helps get a kill. Melty tries to intercept. Little tip off to a Choppy. Spread out to try and get this goal. Super over to the right side. Melty intercepts. He is putting this team on his back right now.
Melty's gonna have to see a chiropractor after this game for sure. This man single-handedly keeping Reject's hopes and dreams alive. That's just pretty much buying them as much time as possible. Now, self-pass forward. The second pass is there. Tries to get the goal all by himself. It's not going to be enough. 15 seconds left on the clock. The best thing Reject can play for now is probably a tie. They're trying to save this one. Battleman doesn't even get the jump across the board. A Choppy there goes for the left side shoot. Tries to get the mind control. Not going to connect there. A Choppy here just walked this one in. It's all for so much work, so much effort. And now they finally get it done.
It's looking scary for Reject. They almost managed to make that happen, but I want to say so much of that was off of the Melody final selection. It was definitely the math for them because Melty is able to play it, and it is viable here. It's just, what happened? He was really playing solo there towards the end. There was no team play there in overtime, and maybe a bit of that would have gone a long way. It was also off the back of Melty that we saw an initial goal from Reject that got them to overtime to begin with, and that was with 15 seconds left. Pretty clutch defense there a moment ago by Shu, just by the way. Reject combined to attempt and push this ball even further, but they are unsuccessful.
Now it's going to be Shu that has to be on defense duty here. Choppy is going to look to get a super. He's going to fall there to all that damage. Nice shots there out from Shu. He's keeping the Reject dream still alive. They are 1 game away from being sent to the lower bracket here, but this comp has been looking relatively competitive here. Battleman now has learned his lesson. He knows he can't jump onto Real here because noise cancelling will just completely break the interaction. So he's going to be going for the backline onto Kuru instead, and now Melty with the pack.
No!
Battleman, please! Please, no! Battleman, no! That is so unfortunate, so painful to watch. Reject, they've got to get their act together. Now another stun there on the backline. It's a pretty good one there. Melty's going to cycle the ball over to Shu, but a Choppy gets the super in time, so it's too much damage. They couldn't get this one through. Finally, the mind control is there. Oh my god. Reject, they salvage it, but that could have been so bad.
Tragedy and then resolution, but it's only a temporary fix. They only have 1 goal so far. They've lost 1 of their number, another's in a cocoon, and there's nothing to defend this goal. Melty decided, no, it's not worth it to go for a super and try and defend this, even though it may have been possible. 50 seconds to go. We're going to see another goal for Region to keep themselves in it, but this ball is hanging out here for a Choppy to pick up. Shu gets the mind control, a pass up to Battleman, and tragedy averted. The match point persists for yet another game.
This has got to be one of the wildest Brawl Ball sort of sweats that I've ever caught into cast ready. This is crazy. I've never, ever seen this type of interactions at this level. You got Charlie, you've got a Willow, you got a Kit, you got a Frank, all in the same game. And the result of it is just pure cinema, but it looks like Reject, they figured out a plan of action. Just get Battleman onto Kuru, take him out, leave Shu to deal with the 2 tanks all by himself, let Melty show that he maybe can stop Ryohei. And that's gonna be the defense. Now passing passing the ball forward. Melty gonna try to make a play.
Oh my goodness! What a bank shot from Melty off the left-hand side. That is why this guy is one of the best in the business. That's why they last pick Melody. This is for us, for doubting whether it could execute as a final selection. Not only the defense, but to spin that around into a first goal is fantastic. Now combining with the kit once more. He has a super to expend. He's going to be taken down by a shrewd bubble from a Choppy. Now Na'Vi find themselves on the offensive. Battleman in with the super. That's wasted, but you know what? It's fine. It's better than getting taken down overall. We'll see Shu also equipped with a hypercharged super. This could be their ticket for a goal. They know that Ryohi's ready with the stun, but he doesn't want to break open his own walls. Might have no chance. No! Banked off the box! That one hurts.
Oh man, just a split-second mistake that could cost them all of it. Now it's Melty once again having to play 1 versus 5. Ryohei, it's an open goal. Battleman tries to stop this. He just didn't have enough damage. It's now gonna be back to a 1-1 scoreline. This is for all the marbles. Either Na'Vi win or Reject will take and come back from this. A pass there, controlled that by Guru, but the stun there, gonna be able to stop him. Oh man, it's now Melty against the entire world. This Hypercharge is doing absolute work here, but a Choppy answers with that super of his own, gonna be able to stop that in its tracks. It's now just 1-1. We've got 45 seconds left on the clock. Anything could go down here.
No utility for Reject. They got a super on Battleman, and that's about it. No hypercharge, no super for the other two. Mind control would be a massive asset here, and Shu's working on it. He's got to be close by this point. That's Cocoon, and it's all right for Reject. Melty tried to escape, but he was slowed down upon his exit. Shu also has his super now, just lurking in the left side. His position is very evident to Hank. He's trying to get this ball up to mid so he can go for the goal. Gonna go for it on Nakuru. Unsuccessful. Stun on Ryohi. He negates it. Kuru walks it on in. Na'Vi for the win. And Reject will have to kneel. Despite the best efforts of Melty, the start player on the losing side. And I just can't believe it.
Somebody give Melty a medal, a Panadol, a Tylenol, maybe a new set of crutches, because this man, he broke his back just trying to bring this one together. He had one job. He did it so well. But the rest of his team there, I think it's a split-second micro errors was what cost them this game. Make no mistake, guys. Reject didn't have comp. Like, this is a really impossible draft to pull off, and I'm gonna say it, dare I say, only someone with the mechanical skill of Melty and the mechanical level of Reject could have pulled that off. Maybe you give that draft to a lesser team with less synergy, and it would have just been looked like the most the most horrible clown fest of a circus match it could have been. But instead, we were delivered an absolute spectacle. And even though it's a 3-0, my God, there was so many clips from that one game. Melty's gotta be feeling sour about that, but at the very least, he's still got a lower bracket run. Perhaps he can get revenge later on.
Jeez, man, that was such an intense set of Brawl Ball. I wouldn't mind that one going on for a few more games. You know, you put us in a time loop. I don't really care. That was good Brawl Stars, and I would pay good money to watch that one again. Nonetheless, it is done and dusted. It is Na'Vi heading on to the grand finals, and someone will have to meet them there. So who is it going to be? Well, we're going to have to go through the lower bracket in order to find out.
That's right, folks. Next match is gonna be Momotaro, who's been, eagerly waiting inside the lower bracket, now going up against Reject. And gotta say, they've already played enough once again today. So this is the first rematch that we'll see, and it's a beauty that we get to witness because it's double elimination. Will Momotaro adapt? Will, Reject, is their spirit broken perhaps from that last game? Because honestly, if I'm Melty, I'm singling out my teammates from that match. I'm dragging them into another room, and we go kitchen nightmares on them for a bit of Gordon Ramsay, get in some action, yell at them for a bit, and then we come back, we lock in, and we keep cooking. Reject are not out just yet, but definitely they need to relook at the strategy, right? The comps are not it. Like, 100% there. I think Reject all 3 comps. I felt so uncomfortable looking at it, and then every time we were just teased that, like, oh yeah, maybe it works. No, it doesn't work.
No, unfortunate. No. They had us on the edge of our seats so many times, but I feel like the story was the same every single time. It was an outdraft for Navi, and then reject. They like had something that required high execution. Melty played phenomenally, in particular, and that was just barely not enough to push them over the finish line.
That was one of the best Melody games I've ever seen. Not gonna lie. I think we both had a similar reaction looking at this Melody and said, you know, there are other tanks in the pool that they could have gone for, you know, maybe things like a Primo and something more straightforward. But no, they went straight for the jugular, went for, you know, the Dancing Queen herself. Just absolute playmaker. And I swear, I don't think the kid was really the factor there for them. Like, I think when Badawan played more by himself, he had a better shot. It was pretty much irrelevant there. Now, though, we've got... So?
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened either. I'm just as mystified as you. But cool, whatever. Layer cake, I guess. So let's talk about it. First selection of Willow, back to El Clasico.
Yeah. All right. So just to call things out, it is Reject on the right, and on the left it's going to be Momotaro. Reject, they're leaning back. They were convinced that the Willow was absolutely not the problem, and as a first pick here on Layer Cake, they're very, very comfortable with this. They've done this several times, and they know that it works, and they're going to continue to lead with it. Now, though, Momotaro, they've done this as well. Like, this has been their comfort pick throughout the majority of Layer Cake, and they're gonna start off this comp with a Gene. Whether they wanna, you know, pair this off with a aggressive option, you know, Draco is still very much available, or they wanna just, opt for a Kaze, something like that, to grab up that blue star and then opt to play defensively.
Okay, next two selections from Navi over here on the right side to pair up with the Willow. I don't think you need to find anything in particular to pair up with the Willow. It can be a little bit restrictive. You know, you can't go like full synergistic on your composition. Note that Draco is open, and they may just be looking for some way to deal with Kaze. What they also know is that they are going to be playing into something very defensive, because that Gene is going to have great defensive capabilities, but also because Kaze is going to be picking up the blue star to boot. So how do they plan on punching into the enemy side? Especially because Willow is largely a defensive brawler. Well, they'll keep themselves further secured against that Kaze with a Charlie, and those spiders should be pretty useful for blocking some Gene shots as well, so that'll help them apply a little bit more pressure to the Gene, and then one more to add on to that. In addition to the Charlie, probably secures them an aggro pick if they want, because they've taken away one of the best ways of dealing with it.
It's pretty much a triple comp that's, you know, once again, this is typical Reject style. They don't want to commit to any big strategy, want to cover all their bases, and I think this is a very, very well-rounded comp. The thing about it, though, is it's well-rounded, and in order for it to execute at the perfect level, you're gonna have to play it to just absolute perfection there. So don't worry, guys. My memory beckons me. I can tell you exactly what was picked, okay? So in case you guys have short-term memory, we've got a Gene Kaze on the side of Momotaro, and on the side of Reject, we've got an Ollie as the final selection there. It's an assassin tank, mind you, and that's gonna be their sort of gateway there to catch out the Kaze. One way to deal with her mobility is just hypnotize her, and then just, you know, knock her down a few notches with a bunch of Willow attacks, and there you go. Momotaro, though, they're not deterred, right? They don't want to go for the Draco because it's just straight up griefing into Charlie and Willow. So they're going to opt to go for Frank, which has noise cancelling, which I believe does have a way to stop those abilities.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, and we've seen this play to success before, just like what that Frank is capable of when you know you're going to get stunned. But that's only going to be useful into the Ollie. You're still going to get stuck in a cocoon. You're still going to get mind controlled. So that is a worthy note. Let's talk about it. Blue Star predictably goes to the team that's playing Kaze, and she's right away into the ninja form. Looks like she just wanted a bit of invisibility. She's back to the geisha form once again. It gives her more mobility. It's just the build that she's gone for. It's a dash. It's the invisibility. Might allow her to sneak up to Willow here in the early game. Looks like she didn't get the memo, but quite a miss, actually, from Kaze. Didn't get the lineup right, and Shu, of course, is going to dive underwater to get as much value as possible. That was a close interaction on Gene.
That's a massive amount of damage output there by Shu. And yeah, the beauty of Willow is just pretty much that the damage over time stops the healing long enough and just creates additional pressure. You know, you don't have time to pull things back. And now with a 1-star, you know, disadvantage there, they're gonna have to opt to, you know, wait for a gene pool, which is exactly what they found. Or perhaps Kaze can make some plays on their own. You can see Reject running for the hills here, just going all the way back inside the base. Once they've retreated all the way back here, now Melty with a perfect gadget there blocks out that gene pool. A little bit of a strange target there.
Mind control for Willow. It's going to assist Frank in getting some defensive. Oh, rejection also. Melty sticks him in the cocoon. That's a victory on the individual matchup for Battleman that keeps them ahead for just a few stars. 20 seconds to go. Reject in the lead.
3 stars left, and this is the fated layer cake position. Ever since they added that unbreakable wall, you guys are familiar with this. A lot of games end like this. You pretty much just hide behind that and you force the enemy to do a hard commitment, which is exactly what this Kaze has done. Going into that backline, getting that 1 kill, but not enough here. Bottom to the left, Shu down south, and no damage to connect there. That's gonna be 1-0 for Reject.
Great start here for Reject, as they're doing sort of what we expected. You put them up against an opponent such as this, and I think that they are the favorites by such a far margin, right? They also just proved themselves very capable when it came to draft over here. Wasn't really what they needed versus Navi, but thankfully they've gotten a pretty swift course correction when things are brought over to Layer Cake. The same old maps that we saw in the first round of today.
Yeah, I mean, this is a layer cake study at this point, and I'm learning a lot. I mean, for Reject, they've taught me that Willow is a fantastic pick, and I'm just a bad player that can't seem to make it work. On the other side of Momotaro, though, they're reminding me that traditional comps like Gene still do work out. But this Gene is having an extremely hard time here. Can't really go for a pull on Melty because of the spiders. Can't really pull Bottomman because he's got that super unless he lands it. But there we go. Bottomman hard commits, though, here. Gets a 2-man hypnotize and just plays on the edge of his health, managing to buy enough time for Shu and Melty to get the job done. That is real limit testing.
Melty nearly managed to finish someone off there as well. It was Kaze pushed all the way back into the left side. She's going to be creating some momentum now. Potential mind control. What was that from? Ew! Shu, what are you doing, man? That was a hypercharge wasted, ran right at the Kaze. Couldn't really see it, of course, but popped the hyper on 0 HP. That one is going to be pretty expensive.
Now a hypnosis there onto Bottomman, and out he goes. The gene pool is completely evaded. Once again, Gene just not really landing the mark on any of these pulls this game. With one utility down, they need to rely on this Kaze hypercharge as well as this Frank moving forward here. Now Kaze darting back into that geisha form. That's going to be another 5 seconds before he can transform back and maybe try for a last-ditch attempt here. We're going to have to wait and see. With 10 seconds left on the clock, the Vengeful Spirit's fired out. Not going to connect onto anything. There's the Kaze hypercharge, but no! Denied by the cocoon once again. Bottomman with a 2-man hypnosis just to shut things up. Reject, they clean it up with just barely the blue star.
They lost Gene there in the final seconds, and they had to win by a tiebreak. That could have been messy if Gene had gotten like one more kill instead of someone else. Then that would not have been a good outcome for Reject. But they pull through in the end. Momotaro will be shut down for now. They didn't do too much in terms of stats, but we're going to take a look nonetheless over here. Was not really their strongest showing. They looked pretty good against Gen.G. The draft, questionable. Still trying to figure out what exactly the Frank was doing here. They may have anticipated a kit, or like they didn't want to play it into a Frank, something like that. You'd have to consult the bans, I guess, to get the full picture of what was going. Kit was banned out. So what the Frank is doing here is yet a mystery to me.
I think they just felt that they needed some kind of aggressive pressure to really, you know, push them into the base and maybe just get a team wipe. It's sort of like they would have preferred Hank pretty much, but because it was banned out, then they have to go for the next best selection. You know, Lily and Shade would have been great too, but yeah, just all completely banned out. So Draco was wide open, but yeah,
That's what I
think
thought.
it was, they felt it was a horrible idea to go Draco into this Willow and to this Charlie. So a bit interesting there. Maybe could have opted to, you know, lean back and go for that Squeak selection instead if they wanted to opt for this. Could have been better. But then again, you know, it's just Reject, honestly, just drafting. It's a very, very well-rounded comp. It's hard to find a perfect selection to go there. Felt like it was more the execution that was the issue there for Momotaro.
Good to know. Let's hope they can correct on that as we're headed over to Open Business for a bit of hot zone action. So let's talk about stuff that's good here on Open Business. I'm, of course, looking at any Tank and Barry composition. Frank, Hank, both really great things to go here. Frank, I think, a little bit better because he has better DPS than Hank does. You'll see that Frank has been banned by Momotaro's, and also Rejects have gotten rid of that kit. Hank first selection because of course you do, but Draco is just waiting to be selected by Reject.
Yeah, it's a trade here. Momotaro, they value this Hank selection over that Draco, and for good reason. We already saw it once today in the hands of Navi, and it was just piloted to perfection. I mean, they did have a Byron, Nalaria, and Lori to support it, and yeah, Reject, they spare no expense. Immediately, they just snatch up the two best brawlers here. The best supposed mid at the moment is Charlie. East Asia, it's a favorite as well. And then Draco, as you predicted, the trade is there. There are still answers there, though, for Momotaro. Notably, Cordelius has been let through once again. And I've been hyping up this Mushroom Man, but I just really don't know if Momotaro are convinced by how overpowered it is. And I think it could be a valuable side lane to consider here.
I think one of the shortcomings of Cordelius is that he really relies on those walls to survive. Otherwise, you're dodging things out in the open. There's the Hank Barry. I wonder if anyone saw this coming. I certainly did. The drawback of running the Hank Barry is that you are sacrificing like bursty damage, basically. That Barry's not going to do too much. It's going to keep the Hank alive. Hank's going to pop a 4K. Yeah, dude, like this is a dream draft from several months ago. If you show me this in March, then you could put anything against this, and I tell you it is a definite outdraft. Now, though, we are in the new meta, and Reject has a largely responsive draft to this. You look at the Draco into the Hank, the Barley into the Barry. As far as the B, I think Charlie should be worthy. She has better range now, but also she has spiders that can absorb some of those shots. And if nothing else, she'll have better zone time than the B. That is almost without a doubt.
Oh yeah, for sure. The thing about Momotaro, the advantage they have is they've got that berry selection, which, yes, Healing Tonic from Bali is decent, but guess what? When it comes to this Unicorn, he's got permanent Healing Tonic on his team anyway, so sustainability is going to be the name of the game for Momotaro, whereas Reject, they're probably going to be trying to farm up some hypercharges off this Bali and this Draco and try and punch through that together with that Charlie Super. So I do expect the early game to largely go to Momotaro, but once we start seeing the purple buttons come online, Reject could take it back.
Okay, Reject looking to find their footing over here. They need to isolate which areas they're going to go for with Shu. He's got his first super, and is going to go right on top of Momotaro. They're attempting to stay alive. They get allowed him to cycle a super, which means he's only a couple shots away from a hypercharge, which is a pretty bad situation for them. The Momotaro hang on nonetheless. They're undeterred. They don't even seem to really care. That's another super for Shu, and a hypercharge pretty much on the way. He's got it now, but he's going to wait to use it in a better situation because he knows that he has some pretty free kills over here, one onto Hank, and Barry is going to be returning to regroup with his team. But keep in mind, they're going to be facing a Barley Hyper.
Yeah, it's going to buy some time there. It's opted to go onto that left side of the map because they know Battleman has this right lane covered. It's interesting to see that this Barry is not really playing with the rest of his team right now. Now opting to go for a solo play onto Battleman. He didn't even pop the hypercharge there. This guy is kind of like saving it for the next game or something. Let's go something else planned. The slow is... I mean, the Q's going to miss. Once again, this guy's not pressing his hypercharge. Man, dude, can you heal your Hank properly here? Press the hypercharge, please. I mean, now it's a shit time to do it. Okay, it did manage to come out, but nonetheless here, it didn't even clip properly. That's going to be so difficult for them, and a big advantage that they lost.
Momotaro 08 They are in a great position, but they cannot seem to get that confident control versus Reject, who are slowly creeping up. That's the kill that they needed, but it's still only a trade. Here comes Shu firing back. This Barley was an excellent selection into the berry. It is completely antithetical to what Momotaro needed. In fact, it's good enough to keep Reject in the game and put them on this point once more. Another last call out. Shu is not going to get one-shotted by this Hank. It's going to take two. Melty stays alive, and Battleman puts B in the cocoon. That's Reject with another game.
I have suspicions, okay? So here's my theory. Guy is learning how to play claw grip. Okay, he just shifted his purple button beside the gadget, and for some reason he can't press it, and that's why, man, dude, any of those, earlier, any of those berry supers that wasn't the one that I yelled could have been perfect, could have been the one that saved the position and sort of consolidated things, but instead we're left now with one game down and a much worse start for them. Reject, they capitalize off the weaker early game position there. Getting the Draco on the berry is the dream matchup, and Hank's on holiday to a planet unknown because it's not the zone, it's not the point. At the very least, they get this kill onto Shu, and now with these heals coming out there onto the Hank, they can sort of solidify a little bit of advantage there in the mid. But Melty, he strikes back, starts off his friendly fire-breathing dragon, and there we go. Reject now firmly in control in the mid.
Reject, they didn't get control till a later game last time, so it's good for them to go ahead and get a head start here. Got those hypercharges online too. Definitely a waste for Shu to go ahead and pop that here, but okay, yeah, sure, B. If you want to walk right into it, then go for it. Be my guest. Reject certainly aren't going to fault you for it. And Reject continue to hold on to control, though Melty did fall in an aggressive maneuver to the combo of B and Hank. Another kill for Hank on the right side. Momotaro might have a shot at this.
A comeback beginning now on the back of that hypercharge from the B. A bit of a desperado play going there on the backline there, just trying to just slow and get as much tempo as he can. I think he realizes that he's not really the main sort of zone percentage person anyway. Just leave it to the Frank. But Melty now, oh man, this man was just cooking them alive there, pressing that purple button and just lighting them ablaze. 10,000 Fahrenheit was the temperature inside Hank last recorded. At the very least, now Ice Cream going to be going down now in the mid, but Smelty is the one that's largely uncontested, and turns out, yeah, the equation is quite clear. You can't leave this fire-breathing dragon alive and expect to claim much of that zone. Now Melty's already packing the mid, and he's going to be standing there quite easily. Okay, 99%, just a bit of denial, but this is just teasing us, to be honest. Bottom please. Bruh.
Thank you. Melty even reconsidered. He's like, I might not. Whatever. I'll stand on the perimeter. Look at these stats from Shu. I want to see them aggregated over the entire set. You guys don't see it, but, well, you're about to. Poor Spoo. Yeah, he put you through the ringer, didn't he? That is half the entertainment, is watching the slow and deliberate torture of Spoo at the hands of these players. Because it's all about you, right, Spoo? You're the star of the star of the show. Let's talk about the real star player here, Shu. Look at this guy. He was on fire as Barley.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was the Melty show, but really Shu was the hidden carry there on his team. He definitely did the most damage of any of these brawlers on the map, and rightly so. I think he got to cycle a hypercharge super at some point, which is really, really rare for Barley, but just kind of goes to show that I think Momotaro, they maybe overestimated this berry heal a little bit too much, because the last I check, you can't out-heal hypercharge last call, but they were kind of a bit stubborn about it. They thought they're like, yes, I'll cycle the berry super 3 times to out-heal it and it will work. And Regent are like, bro, what you doing, dude? Like, this doesn't work. It's not the map.
Yeah, look, there are moments also where, I mean, Momotaros, they died needlessly, sort of. Like, you see B waltzing into the last call without a care in the world. Oh, darn, I'm dead. That cost my team a bunch of control by me doing that. When you look at these two comps start to throw hands, and you see how close Momotaro came to taking down Reject in those individual games, you have to respect that this is the raw power of pretty much the dream composition. Hank, B, and Barry, such a synergistic comp with pretty much every base covered. Reject just had the ideal response to every single one of these things, especially the Draco and the Barley. And that is why you have to ban for the comp that you are going for coming into this. Well done for Reject. A really responsive draft, but one that they seriously claimed as their own.
I think it's once again, as you said, old versus new, right? If we saw this Momotaro draft months ago, yeah, it's a Thanos comp. There's very little thing that would beat it. But now we're in an era whereby we have access to tools like Draco Hypercharge, Charlie, with this embodied range and stuff, and that makes it a lot more difficult to execute these things. Now though, okay, new map. Is it new? Is it new, right? First time we're seeing it today? Yeah. Pinball Dreams and Momotaro. I don't know if they were watching the last game that they lost to Reject, but they got run over by this just now, and I don't know if they forgot about it, but Cornelius is back. If I'm Momotaro, I'm trembling in my boots looking at this and thinking to myself, okay, so what works against this? Frank is the selection. Isn't this the same comp they did in Sneaky Fields and didn't work?
You know what? I'm actually starting to see it. Yeah, it was a Lumi mid, but Lumi mid still works pretty well here on Pinball Dreams. You're not going to get run down as effectively at mid because you have sight lines. You have very different sight lines, and not just from a perspective of vision, but also from where you can shoot your shot. Not as many walls as far as quantity. The size of them has been extended out from the left and right sides. One of the brawlers that I always look out for here on Pinball Dreams is Willow. This is freaking wild, man. What else do you say? Where's the range, dude? So let me spell out the math right here. Mortis, one of the main things that holds him back right now is that he doesn't get his hypercharge. Like, a lot of times he'll be dashing around and just never getting his hypercharge, which is super good, just takes forever. So Frank is going to help him out with that. Frank feeds him a lot of damage, and Mortis will also be great for getting in close range versus Lumi, and he should be able to get a kill from there. I find it interesting that we don't see a Willow, but I think Reject are just very cognizant of this pick and have gone two things that have, pretty good matchups into it.
Yeah, I don't know if the Mortis-Willow interaction is still the way it is, but if I recall correctly, that Willow, if he mind controls the Mortis, can't even deal damage. It's some weird interaction that happens, could be considered... You can? Okay, that's great, because that was super duper weird. But this Reject comp, though, I have to think that this is inspired in part by what Rival Esports may have done, which is as soon as they saw the Lumi, they were like, all right, we need to go for some assassin. And they go for the OG of all the assassins. It's going to be that Mortis, and it actually does fare decently well, though. Now, Momotaro, though, they've picked two bodyguards for that Lumi, which I think has created weaknesses elsewhere, because now Melty and Battleman are gonna have a field day eating alive some of these tanks. The Buster and Frank do pretty well into Cordelia, so it's really gonna come down to the player skill of Battleman to see whether this brawler is as good as it, appears to be.
Okay, close eyes on Battleman for the Cordelius matchup. For Shu on the right side, he's attempting to close in versus either Frank or Lumi. Either one would be awesome. He's almost gotten a super cycled out. Meanwhile, the left side, total domination for Buster as he walks it on through. This one's going to take a bit to warm up for Reject. Either that or is a total flop.
Okay, now Battleman going in for the hardest matchup up against this Buster. This is considered a hard counter there to Cordelius, mind you, and he's intentionally choosing the matchup because he's got to allow Shu on the matchup on the Frank, but it's all falling apart for Reject. Yes, you get it into the Shadow Realm, but look at that. He can just get tree tapped in the Shadow Realm, and Melty's got to try and save this one. Frank self-passes to himself, shreds open the goal. It's just so easy for Momotaro. They're finally going to get a game on the board against Reject.
Definitely the most pitiful performance that we've seen from Reject today, and I think it can be attributed to the draft. The execution was, I think, respectable on the first pitch. On the second, not there at all. Might as well have not existed to begin with. Shu's going to be diving this Lumi. That's what we needed to see, but he only drops her down to 200 HP. The HP goes crazy. We'll see Cordelius repositioning to try and deal with Buster. Successful. Follow-up from Lumi. Consider the stun. Yeah, go ahead, man. Lock down that kill. Meanwhile, Shu's receiving some taps from Frank. still working on charging up that super. One more life and he will get it. But still, to have to die 2 times just to get one more to super and then begin coming alive is real rough.
Now, you know, Bottomman's in the Shadow Realm, but that's one less member to help for the defense as well. I think it was a pretty much foregone conclusion there, but at the very least, okay, you spend one entire gold, Shoes finally got a super, and then he dies. That, not the greatest thing. Now Bottomman goes into the backline with that hypercharge, now gonna be able to try to get this kill onto the Frank, but no! One member short for that goal. Lumi respawns. Shu is back though, but it's already gonna eat so much damage, and now they're gonna wait for Bottomman before they can try again.
Battleman is here. Would love to have a super. Trying to charge it off of Frank. Meanwhile, on the left side, Shu in and down. Back to the respawn with you. Reject will have to fall back because they don't have that lingering pressure of Mortis. That will be a kill for Battleman, though. Circling around to look for some more supercharge off of Frank, who's walking it down. Best attempt from Mortis to deal with it is successful, but it costs him a hypercharge.
Yeah, 2 at that. He's gonna be now in his demonic state. He's going for this Buster selection, but that Buster has other plans. Goes straight for to Melty, brings him down. That's gonna allow an opportunity for Shu. He tried for it. He really, really wanted that TikTok, but it's not gonna happen. Unfortunately, now it's gonna be a 1-0 lead for Momotaro. They just need to corner the ball and survive a little bit longer to take this set.
Shu once more looking for an opportunity, needs an opening. That's what Melty's going to provide him. It needs the big sting, a pass, a dribble, in with the goal. Reject, now tied ball game, 15 seconds till OT. And they are going to be losing a lot of those crucial walls, but this is a wonderful B game. That means that Buster is going to need as much value as possible out of the super, which he's already used. Takedown for Shu, a hypercharge out from Frank. Attempt at a goal, it's pocketed in the left. Game win and set for Momotaro.
It could have been amazing for Reject. If you get into that overtime, let Melty come online and it's smooth sailing from there. It almost looked like it would work, but the fundamentals of ball control there were what Momotaro played off. Excellent shot there from the Frank. You don't really see it so much there in the damage or the kills, but look at the goals. 2 from Buster, 2 from Frank, only 1 from Shu, and that's only the numbers that you need to know.
Those are the important things. Yeah, because that's how you win Brawl Ball. You score goals. Also, you get kills. And oh my goodness, Lumi was tearing it up in that category. So, awesome stuff. It should be noted also that I believe in like game 1, there were not that many kills from Lumi at all. They basically walked through Reject. So better, you know, performance, definitely step up for Reject, but they outdrafted themselves. I feel like they were trying to play with their food a little bit, get a stylish 3-0 in here, and no, it's going to be a set 4 for you, my friends. So let's start talking about that. We have our draft ready, and we're going to Bell's Rock, a first selection of Brock. Mind the bans, by the way. Reject getting rid of some of the better first picks here. Jae-young, no thank you. Jean, obviously that's going to be banned, and same for Kit. But Momotaro were not taking any risks. They decided to expend a couple of bans on the Jae-young and the Kit too. So in total, we really only have 4 different bans. Excuse me, 5. 4.
All good. I mean, I would have miscounted it as well. And honestly, isn't Kit just 2 brawlers in one at this point? Well, now Reject are gonna snatch up the Gus. We're going back 1 patch ago where pretty much this is the flavor of the month. Gus did receive, I believe, slight balance changes there, but not, you know, nothing significant. It's still a really, really strong brawler ever since that hypercharge came about. And on the map like Bell's Rock, classic Reject style, right? They just want the, you know, most versatile of brawlers here, and Gus gives you quite literally a little bit of everything. Leaning in though, I want to see if RT, okay, no, Reject special has to show up. It's gotta be the Angelo.
The Battleman Blaster is what it is. If Battleman does not get his Angelo, then it will not be a very good day for Reject. They have a couple of long-range brawlers. They know that they are going to have to play something like this into the Brock. Either that, or they need an aggro last. That Angelo will profit seriously into Brock in the long range. Also, when the walls are broken down. And I think Reject are just being mindful of the fact that Gus has a favorable matchup into Brock as well because of the range. Pretty much it. Get a super off of it. And then you get an aggressive brawler in a close range. Ollie is wide open. He won't have like great areas to stand behind. But still, there is potential for him to get aggressive. Really anything that can weave into mid-range versus Brock and then punish him there would be a wonderful duo for the Gus.
They could go for that as a final selection. Momotaro, though, okay. There could be some problems here already that I spy. If they are opting to go for a full wall break strategy, that still leaves one unbreakable wall untouched, and that could be Reject opting to, you know, snatch up a thrower as the last pick here. It's gonna be my favorite, and I called it the sharpest thrower on the board. It's gonna be that Sprout. Haven't seen my baby in months. I'm so glad that they picked it up, and I hope they don't grieve, because if piloted correctly, this was truly the sharpest pick, I think, on this map. You just basically hide behind that unbreakable wall for the better half of the game, stall it out towards the late game, wall off one side, and it's a choke point that just cannot be dealt with. This is a truly great pick from Reject.
Hypercharge, walls, and the ability to recover those walls if it's not in a spot that you like, or if you find out that it's not useful anymore. Here comes the wall break initially, but still, you have indestructibles at your disposal. You can use that to effectively extend your range. Brock is being mindful of this and trying to keep a gap. But even still, that's really annoying to face. Yeah, sure, break that one. At least Brock will be able to hit through the wall as long as Sprout is pressed directly up against it. But it's a pretty niche interaction. It's probably not getting you a kill.
That's pretty difficult. And multi there. Okay, he's charging off a free, you know, Gus Ghost there off those spiders on the right side. That's going to come in handy in the late game, but this is literally what we expect to see. Momotaro just being boxed inside the base. It's the mechanical diff that's starting to come up, and now Shu with the lane swap going to get the first wall of the game. Kind of not really connecting there onto the Charlie. I thought he'd go for the full wall off here. Could opt to pop that hitch there, but it's the left side that Battleman is just showing off his mechanics, just clapping, tapping, destroying this RT. He kind of missed the gadget button there though, and that's going to give the punish there. Now it's Melty that has to deal with this RT, who pops the legs forms there. He's calling in for Shu. Needs a pinch here. Shu, please land a shot. Save your team the trouble. And there we go. Reject cap off the first round.
Smart play from Reject. You also saw really conservative from the Sprout. Didn't even use a gadget that whole time. Didn't recover the wall at the end. Didn't opt to recover it versus the Charlie to get a better placement. Just sort of let it evaporate. And we'll see the lanes swap up once again. Charlie initially going for the mid, says, actually, this really sucks. So you do it again, Brock. And he goes, okay, here I go. But it's going much better so far because he has managed to push back Sprout initially and now broken open that wall on the right. Much better start for Momotaro. This composition from Reject, if we're just to focus on the Sprout, looks like one of those where you have to win the first couple of rounds. You have a really great matchup then, but beyond that, it gets pretty rough.
Oh yeah, I mean, the early game advantage is definitely lost for them here, but yeah, they are starting to claw back, and this is the strength of that Sprout. He's behind that unbreakable wall. Now gonna establish himself up the mid. They could pop Rocket Fuel here if they want to shred open this wall, but instead it's gonna be the RT with the hypercharge. Will it blend? Will it spin? It's Shu 1 versus 2. He could clutch this one up. There's no hacks to stop him. If the gadget is timed correctly, it could be the play of the century. Will Shu be able to pull this off? The gadgets are getting close. He doesn't have the gadget to be popped. Okay! Literally smoke enveloping the entirety of the map at the end there. It's going to be Momotaro to take one round at the very least.
Well, you know what, though? Reject can now rest assured that they are not going to face an RT hypercharge coming up because that thing doesn't charge that quickly. RT has to hit quite a few shots to get that super. He's looking for the best target. Battleman is going to be looking for this matchup versus him, where he gets the outrange, and look at him spam these shots to poison RT. It's more important to deny the damage to RT because that hypercharge is a win condition. You saw it didn't take that much effort. Just get the hypercharge, pop a super, bang. 2 enemies are dead by daring to exist scenario, and it was almost a team wipe. Shu was hanging on by the skin of his teeth. So, Reject right now are just trying to do what they did in game number 1. Now with less walls and with greater emphasis on not giving a hyper to RT.
They've given a hyper there to the Brock though, and that might just be the end for Bottom, but it's Melty that steps up to the plate, gets 1 kill, gets 2, gets 3! Melty, the man of action here, takes Reject to match point.
And I think it might very well be the final game right here. Because unless we see the unthinkable happen and RT gets a hypercharge twice, I don't realistically see Momotaru winning this one. The Sprout is so dominant, and the control from both Gus and Angelo is consistent. I'm not saying that it's like blowing anyone away. It's just that they hold their ground, right? But the wall break is coming out thick and fast now from Brock. Early on, major terrain broken open. It's going to be crucial for him, though he is still receiving a few shots from Shu. You see also the adaptations and the matchups. Angelo opting, yes, to go over to the left side still versus RT and stay out of range for as long as possible.
Now the first hedge going to be coming online. This Bonsai Garden going to be blocking out this Charlie in the mid. We saw Rocket Fuel expended in the previous game to try and tear open that forcibly. This time, I'm just going to opt to play it patiently. You're going to wait for it to just tick down. Shu didn't opt to pop the hedge there to pull it back. Now, they get an advanced position. RT, wow, quick taps over there. Miracles that you said had to happen, but Shu answers the miracle of his own, gets the kill in return there. Charlie tried to force his way in to get this kill. A rocket fuel flies out, doesn't get the connection, and it's now a 1 versus 2 situation off the backs of an unbreakable wall between Shu and Momotaru. And that's Reject one more round away to secure this.
Have to be mindful, though, of the RT super. He's decided to take the Gus lane right off the bat. We'll watch to see if Reject go for the lane swap. They're kind of thinking about it with the way that they're grouping up at mid, but they don't want to concede any more territory. No swaps just yet, except for RT actually moving over onto the left side himself, perhaps versus a Sprout, which he should have better range versus than that Brock, who, despite having good like AoE at the end of his shot, doesn't have that precision that's necessary to take advantage of a brawler just dancing on the edge of your range with something very similar to yours. It also puts RT in the forefront of the action where he should be getting a few more taps. But he's being denied those opportunities at every turn. It's another onto Shu. Certainly gets him closer to his hypercharge, which, to re-emphasize, is the only way that Momotaru are taking this.
You need to find some picks ASAP. Whether it's off the backs of a Charlie hypercharge or with RT hypercharge, this is the danger zone for them. They've reached the end game here. Yes, you've got Rocket Fuel to break up the mid once, but look at that. Just cycle it out with that transplant. And Melty even getting to go all the way around the world on the other side. He's even playing inside the smoke with that shield, but that's just the power. Shu can even block it off one more time. A game set guaranteed. And now the match for Reject to win, to earn a spot in the grand finals and a fated rematch against Na'Vi.
Wouldn't have it any other way. This is how it always goes. You drop down from the upper bracket, one of our top 2 teams. They fight their way through everyone else in the lower bracket, only to make their way once more to that same matchup that sent them to the lower bracket to begin with. And Melty will have his shot at redemption versus Kuru. So how's it going to be? Will the monthly final champions be able to take a victory here in the Rival Challengers League monthly finals? Or will it be the incumbent champions from last season taking it all? Most important thing to note, the difference between these two is that a new patch came in just a few days ago, and that was the same case for the previous Rival Challengers League finals in the last season. For the monthly finals, a lot more preparation was possible. Welcome to the new meta, everyone. For now, Na'Vi have proven themselves better than Reject at doing it, but Reject have one more chance to challenge that notion.
I can't help but feel a little bit bad for what we've done to our participants 2 times in a row, but hey, that's not really us, right? The schedule was decided months in advance, and then the balance changes hit, and then hyperchargers get released, and here we are. It's a good and a bad thing, right? I mean, some people say that for Brawl Stars, what makes this as a competitive esport so difficult is that, you know, what kind of an esport has 18 maps that you need to prepare for? And you need to prepare it for first and second pick for every single team, and then there's variations depending on comfort and all that kind of stuff. So I think it comes down to adaptation. The best kind of teams out there just adapted the draft so quickly. That's kind of why EMEA is so goated at it. They have a lot of people just dedicated to, breaking down the patch as soon as it comes out, and then it shows inside their teams and their drafts. That's why the region is number one for sure. East Asia though, it's been entertaining. I swear I feel APAC is the most entertaining region for us to watch at the very least, because we draft a lot of, not great things, but we make them look good, and then you have highlights like Melty almost getting team wipes and things like that. So that is kind of the dynamic we have, and so far in the Rival Challengers League, I think that's what we've seen so far.
I'm curious to get a taste of it here in the grand finals, because this is the last monthly final that we have before the playoffs. Okay, the season is coming to a close with this one final match. This is for seeding for the playoffs. Who is going to have the more favorable seeding? Who is going to go in which group? It is important because you don't want to be placed in a group stage group with one of the top teams. You would rather have it all to yourself, so that's why you want to be top seed. Navi is high up. Reject have repeatedly made deep runs. This is also the chance for Reject to correct on their performance in a previous month where they literally got, I think, 3-0'd in both their matches. One in the upper bracket by an opponent I can't recall, and then in the lower bracket by effort result or something. And it was a big disappointment, for them to go out so early. So this is their shot at redemption.
We'll have to see if they can pull this one off against a familiar face, a familiar foe. It's gonna be Na'Vi that they are duking it out against for the second time today. And I don't know ever if that's considered an advantage, fight the same team twice, or if it's considered a curse, because Reject kind of looked kind of helpless, honestly, against Na'Vi. All three of the comps just felt like it was borderline unwinnable, but because Reject are just that good at the game, they kept it competitive. So what I'm hoping to see here is, I want to see some, some old school Reject, picks come out, stop with this Angelo first pick stuff. Come on, they've got the same map even that they had in it's a sign, guys. It's literally the same map. It's a do-over for them. Let's have it work this time.
Okay, chance number 2 at this victory. We're starting off on dry season, a Wiggly Spoo favorite, everyone. And let's talk picks here, Spoo. If you had that last pick, gotta be getting rid of the kit. It is busted right now. And Navi have done as such. They've gotten rid of Gene as well as the Carl. Banning out Gene can enable the Carl, and Carl's pretty good at getting that blue star, so shrewd of them to get rid of it. But there are other methods to obtain the blue star. Very first thing I was thinking, Kaze, excellent on this map, and just one of the number one ways to retrieve that blue star at the moment.
I love this change up from Reject, right? No more Angelo first pick, no more shenanigans. They're locking in this time. They realize that they need to switch things up a bit. Maybe their standard control style can work against lesser foes, but up against Na'Vi, they gotta dig deep and lean in on something a little bit slightly more aggressive. And Kaze as a first selection has been proven to be extremely versatile, very mechanically demanding, but at this level, most of these players can play it. Now Na'Vi though, looks like Reject figured out the equation. Draco is banned, so what does Real Hair have to play now? Hank. I feel bad for the guy. He's so bored. At this point, probably he's like, which tank do you want me to play now? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I guess I'll play it, And who will we use to deal with the Hank also is another mystery. Jae-Young's going to be useful to take away from Reject. Just a wonderful thing to have on your side with Hank as well. Draco is banned out. Ways to deal with Hank. What comes to mind? Something that doesn't have to play into tank 1v1 versus him to begin with. Some kind of tank buster, if you will, but also needs to have enough range in health to not be too vulnerable versus Jae-Young.
Yeah, this is a new sort of classic 2-3 that's been emerging. used to be the max that you paired up with tanks. Now you've got Jae-Young, which is basically max but better. And Reject are going to lean in on the other side of things. They're going to go up with this gray selection, which I'm not that big of a fan of unless they decide to commit to some kind of wall break. Because the thing about Gus is, yes, it outputs a decent amount of damage and offers a great amount of shielding. But still, on this map where it's got unbreakable walls in the mix, you can get boxed in and interactions get really, really dangerous there. So looking to see some kind of wall break or aggressive option here. No, they're gonna opt for neither of it. Aggressive option, I guess, and that's the Hank answer that you were looking for.
Yeah. This should get some pretty respectable damage versus the Hank. Can also keep him at bay. Oh my goodness. Some would call North America, there's been a containment breach. This was a favorite in North America in particular, also actually in South America, so just, you know, the Western world, but like even more West. The New World, if you want to call it that. And it wasn't that great, I'm gonna be honest. It kept things at bay for Reject. I think they might struggle on this reload speed to deal with the Mr. P. On the range matchup as well, really only one thing to contest it, which is that Gus. So I think it can be pretty decent for keeping control, but it's not going to be confirming any kills.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think this was one of the most poisonous picks that they could have gone for. It's got such great matchups, and almost I think given these matchups that you're guaranteed to get at least one hypercharge throughout the game, which is inevitable. Yes, I mean, you give up the blue star, but that's not the game plan for Na'Vi. They're gonna get porters eventually. Ryohei though, wow, that's a lot of supercharge that he's leaking there, but he is getting some of his own, and topped up by Kuru, there's no real way to damage him. Achapi has to be a bit careful though, because Battleman, if he, you know, pretty much gets caught out by him and then on the wrong side of the lane swap, this could spell doom for him.
Crew's trying to keep Ryohei alive. It's a bit of speed, now onto healing mode to keep him alive. Just one star is all that they need to get in the lead. Battleman on the left side is keeping his distance. Meanwhile, Ryohei on the right is still taking a beating, just looking for an opportunity. Nothing's really being given to him, unfortunately. What is happening along the way, though, is Achapi is gradually hitting some shots and getting closer to that porter station.
Yeah, now Ryohei is starting to commit a little bit more. Gonna be slowed up there by the residue and full commitment there. Oh man, shield there from Shu. Didn't connect in time. Could have been a clean 3-0 lead for them, but instead, it's back to the same scenario. Still 3 stars to 2. Achapi, still no sign of that super just yet, but Ryohei is the one with the hypercharge, and I think that's going to be a much better resource to commit for that final push.
Achapi ready with the super. Porters yet to appear. There they are on the left side. Why there? Couldn't tell you. Not even like behind a wall or something. I guess they determined it was totally worthless to do that into sweep. 10 seconds to go. Hypercharge available for Ryohei. Pops it. Needs the kill on Shu. Barely escapes with his life. Needs some heals from Kuru. Battleman in hot pursuit. Gonna look for this kill versus Ryohei. Gets it, but can't steal back the victory. A blue star keeps Na'Vi in the lead.
Such calculated plays there from Na'Vi. The patience from Kuru and Ryohei the entire game hanging behind that single unbreakable wall. And that's the weakness of this gun. I mean, this gray pick that we discussed. Like, without having a wall break or any kind of tank selection to break through, yes, you've got the blue star you can turtle for the rest of the game, but it just takes one Mr. P super and the formation falls apart. Now Battleman though, he's got plans of his own. He realizes that a single star lead isn't big enough, so creates opportunities of his own. Now leading another kill for Battleman. 2 kills thanks to that mark.
Na'Vi are fully backed up. They haven't really gotten too much utility as they've been forced back by Reject so far. Still trying to find a way to break out of this prison that Reject has put them in. That's gonna help. Ooh, little dash in and out from Battleman. Didn't earn too much, but Ryohei is feeding hypercharge and super to the enemy team like there's no tomorrow. And Kuru gives it his best shot at healing him up, but it's not going to happen. Not when you're slowed, not when you're hit by all of those different squeak shots at the same time. It's pitiful for Na'Vi so far. They managed to take a win in game number 1, but Reject are looking unstoppable right now. They do find themselves on the defensive, but it's cool. They planned for this. From the moment they selected Kaze, they knew they would be going for a defensive composition. Hypercharges exchange. Ryohi's looking for the most valuable use of his. No, pops the super just on the tail end of that hypercharge, and it didn't even home in on anyone. But at least he gets a kill versus Battleman to bring the gap to just 3 stars.
It's looking dangerous though, and nice fan storm there, just barely clipping Achapi's single porter there. That evens out the tempo now and allows Reject the time that they need to breathe. They gotta deny Achapi the second super as much as they can. Great dodges there from Melty, but it's still Ryohei that's still outputting so much damage. Now he's got the blue star committing for the base, popping out that super. They just need to bring down this prawn man, and yes, they do. Reject are not ready to concede the set just yet. Battleman goes in there, chop goes Kuru, and out he goes. An easy game there for Reject. 15 to 6 stars. So much better.
Making progress so far. Reject have equalized the series in set number 1. Something they weren't really able to do till the later stages of their previous time against Na'Vi just a couple matches ago in the upper bracket. They've clawed their way up to the grand finals, and despite being taken down in game number 1, they have found their footing. This time, though, they need to kill an over-aggressive enemy that pursues their blue star, that Battleman picked Kaze specifically to get. Ryohi narrowly avoids death at the hands of a few different projectiles that fly his way. Kuru also down to his last legs, but manages to escape thanks to the speed. Battleman realizes that he's taking damage from Ryohi and feeding Hypercharge. Oh no! But he wasn't very mindful of the fact that he was in range to get one shot there, and now Na'Vi have the lead.
Clawed back immediately though by Shu with a nice snipe there thanks to the boosted damage off that shield. Battleman escapes there, zips out of frame once again. It's putting us back in the same position as that game 1 and game number 2 where Na'Vi have dominion over the center, but it's a defense game there for Reject. But we are seeing some lane swaps come out here. Looks like Reject's not convinced by their plan. They've sent Battleman on a mission to deal with Achapi there on the left side, starting to do a lot of damage onto Ryohei as well. That's gonna allow Melty there to sort of wane over the right side, but that we can see. Na'Vi have lane priority and they're gonna swap over Achapi to the right. Ryohei just needs one more commitment here to bring down Battleman, but doesn't connect there with the super. Shu comes in there with a hypercharge of his own. It's gonna bring down the overzealous, over-aggressive Ryohei.
Oh, poor Ryohei. Almost didn't get credit for his play. He's going to keep up that aggression just because he said something. 25 seconds to go. He's got everyone in the back left corner, and they're just begging to be one shot at once. Heals. Damage for Ryohei. Has to keep some distance from Battleman, who has the hypercharge. Looking for the follow-up. A kill on Ryohei would be wonderful, but Ryohi's alive and healthy. 10 seconds to go, and only 2-star gap. 5 seconds now. Na'Vi need a kill. Battleman would be a great target, but they need more than that. Blue star separates these two. Last second kill is good for Reject. They stayed just 2 stars ahead, and they've gotten set 1.
I'm gonna get a heart attack, man. I mean, these games, they're so incredibly close, and I am so glad it was worth it. We finally got to see a microscopic smile come out there from Melty. Might be the first time he's actually looking at chat's reaction to how insane that last kill was. But man, Reject, we asked for better drafting, and we got it. That's the first set down. All 3 of them stepped up to the plate. And I've got to say, Na'Vi as a final boss, this was not an easy comp to deal with. And Reject, they played with such precision to allow themselves to survive every single push. And they earned it. One setup, but it's a close one. And this, I can already feel it ready. This is going to be a grand final marathon for the rest of the day.
I got the feeling you just have to wonder, like, is this a Brawl Ball, like, Game 4 type of one? I'm certainly hoping so. We saw such an epic series between these two earlier. Just some of my favorite Brawl Stars that I've seen. Really scrappy, really good gameplay from both sides, just the peak of execution. So just being mindful of that. I hope you're strapped in and ready, because we're going to be going to open business for our next stop. Our bans are in. So let's talk about it, Spoo. Here on Open Business, some of the better selections have been banned out. You see the Barley specifically has been banned out. It gives Reject the versatility to go a Berry comp if they want, but they're leading with Cordelius, interestingly enough.
Reject are so convinced by this Cordelius pick. They've done this first pick more times than any other team so far in this competition. And it's been sort of mixed, I would say. I think the Brawl Ball one was the most peculiar one for sure. Kind of, drafted it against that Buster and, what was it, the Frank? Against Momotaro, and that just didn't work out. And Navi were paying attention for sure. If they want to snatch up both right now, they could, but that's, I think, a little bit of an overreaction there. Could still lean in for something like a Barry if they want to snatch that up, especially looking at Reject's bans. Bali is not in at the moment, so if Barry comes online, there's only maybe one other thrower in the form of Larry and Lori that can contest. And no, Navi gonna ignore it. Yeah, opt to go for the B instead.
This is my concern. Do you just pick up Barry here to finish off this trio? It was tried earlier by Momotaro, and guess what? It didn't work because everything was responded to perfectly. You saw, it wasn't the B and Frank. It was a B and Hank. But, similar dynamic. I would say it's quite a bit more synergistic for Frank to make an appearance here because at least he's able to break open some walls for B. Though he won't be able to heal if Crow is constantly poisoning him. This is becoming a much more popular pick as of recent. You get great damage, honestly. Super, hypercharge, really no complaints there. I think also you can have like a good matchup in Amber if you really want to. Amber could prevent you from it getting run down, but it just has like such a bad matchup in a B that it's not really in the cards so much for Reject at the moment. Last pick or selection from Navi, still got to be mindful of that. It's going to be something to deal with this Melody, and Charlie is banned out. So is Cordelius. So what is really going to stop it?
We're going to have to wait and see. The Melty special is out again, and I'm going to call it that because this Melody really, truly was the difference maker in that series, and I do believe it was up to the tank. Oh, wow. They really looked at Momotaro's draft and they said this worked against the Cordelius. It made his life miserable. So let's do it again. And Battleman's like, God, why am I playing in this patch? Are we sure Cordelius' first pick is the map? We're gonna have to wait and see here, folks. It really comes down to execution because I have seen Cordelius be able to still weather the storm and kind of win out these matches. And the thing about Navi's comp is they focused a lot on dealing with that Cordelius. To a certain degree, it's decent into the Melody as well. And so on paper here, if Navi just, execute well, then this should be their comp to win. But then again, I've seen, at this point, I don't even want to talk about comp anymore because I've just seen so much insane play come out from Reject that I think it doesn't really matter that much for them.
Well, okay. Keeping a close eye on Melty for this Melody gameplay. He's got another couple of dashes at his disposal. Easy to take down Ryoki without even feeding him any super. Melty's making masterful use of these walls, being mindful of the fact that he can rotate those notes around him, and they'll hit through the walls if he really needs them to. Ryoki will finally get a takedown. Battleman with a smart jump away. Ryoki didn't quite get him. Might have been auto-aiming, trying to get Battleman. We're looking for double with an attempt at dealing damage to Shu as well. Battleman flew a little too close to the sun over there. A Choppy also pushed forward on the left side, keeping Shu out of the mix, and Melty will fall. A jump in from Shu, but he's really just suiciding right there. It was totally unwinnable for him in that matchup.
I think he was going there for Kuro on the backline. Could have been good if he landed it, but unfortunately, not gonna get it. Oh no, Melty got clipped at the edge there. In the middle of the hypercharge, is still gonna be able to get off half of the super and get the shield online later as well. Saving that last dash there, but Battleman is the one at the backline there, isolating out Kuro, being able to bring him down. If he's communicating well, he should know that his teammates there are on the job there. There we go, Shu pops the hypercharge, jumps back into a Kuro, big sting. Ouch, that's gotta hurt.
Didn't really feel too nice. Not for Reject. It's going to sting for a little bit longer because it came with the knowledge that this game is pretty much Navi's for the taking at the moment. A Choppy with the hypercharged super out. Full protection, Ryoki at risk of falling. Same for a Choppy, 99%. This is not winnable for Reject at the moment. Ryoki could practically sneeze on that point and it would be his. Kuru's going to give it his best shot as well, and he steps on it for just a fraction of a second to take this game away and put Navi in the lead.
gotta say the communication of these Cordelia superstars is so crucial there, and I don't know why they didn't call out the 3KB in the back and just camp it out, play on the point. They were just so aggressive trying to bring down these tanks in the front. I felt like Reject the early game was good for them, but then after that it just started to fall apart and become Navi's game to lose.
Navi at the moment, though, this is most certainly their game to win. Otherwise, they're on a pretty fast trip to a possible Reject sweep. Reject looked alive there in the early stages of the game, but didn't really do much after the first walls were broken open. Choppy will fall. Oh, down goes Ryoki as well. Battleman wants to finish off Kuru, ends up getting a battering at the hands of some bees. Still stays alive, at least, to tell another tale. Has a super as well that he can use versus a Choppy. Excellent. It's exactly what he needs to do. Pick up some of those mushrooms from the Mushroom Kingdom Star Power 2, but he cannot get that kill onto a Choppy. Note the gadget choice from Melty as well for additional damage at range. That is his plan for taking down the Frank without getting too close.
Did we just not notice that the entirety of game 1? Like,
right?
It actually works so well. No wonder the damage output of it was so high and the spacing of it actually works. There we go. He's popping it out now once again.
Man.
Now diving in between both a Choppy and it. He's basically RT Junior here, managing to get so much damage onto both those tanks. That is the map. That was the plan from the beginning that neither of us had the ranked MMR points to figure out.
Uh-oh, though someone gets caught up in a hypercharge from Frank. You shouldn't be doing that at this level of play. Tricky angle, but Melty still recovers the position for his fallen teammate. Got one more dash in him, decides to go for a Choppy. Didn't quite get the kill onto Kuru like he was also hoping to get. Hypercharge in from Shu. That's some damage, not really what they needed though. Hypercharge now for Battleman. Mushrooms need to be collected over here. Melty falls, Battleman just needs to stay alive for a little bit longer. A Choppy knows it, and we're tied up in set 2.
Melty's literally clip farming. I've got no other suspicion than that. There were easier brawlers that he could have picked up on this map, but he's like, guys, let me show you why East Asia Melody with gadget selection number 1 actually works against tanks, and that's going to drive us to a game number 3 on this second set. That's wild. I mean, any other player piloting this, and I think this comp just completely falls apart, but because it's Melty, not just glazing him because he's beautiful, but because he has such beautiful gameplay.
We need a Melty cam while we are in game, and I'm thinking it should take up like a good portion of the middle of the screen. Who needs a hot zone? I just want to see this guy on cams. It's a good thing that he did this favor of making the grand finals. So we got to bear witness to it for a little bit longer. So Navi, do the right thing, win this set, and make this match last a little bit longer. Don't let Reject end it quickly. As they are threatening to do, they've won the initial control. They have Battleman in position. Ooh, perhaps positioning under Frank's hammer was not exactly where he wanted to be. Navi will steal back this lead with a growing percentage point.
Yeah, it was a really ugly play there, but now Melty with that hypercharge and that gadget that we talked about going to go beam at the back line, but Ryohei this time he's prepared for it. He popped that irresistible attraction immediately just to zone him out there. Now a Choppy there is taking big beatings there from Shu. A hypercharge from him is gonna do the cleanup action that is required, and that's Reject back on the point in the center. But make no mistake, Navi's gonna be coming back real soon with this hypercharge there from Ryohei, but Melty this time gets the spacing perfectly, pops out the gadget, still gets brought down there by a Choppy, but at the very least, they've driven out Reject from the mid, and it's Navi back in control.
Oh, not very good there from Battleman. Not only did he lose his life, but he lost a hypercharge super too, and the control was lost a little while ago to Navi. They've got 3 members strong, the gadget from Frank, and a super to lay the reality on Reject that no, my friends, you are not going to a set 3 with 2 sets under your belt already. It is a tied game, and this was a rough one for Battleman, and as expected, doesn't matter what happens, Melty will get star player on Melody.
Man, I mean, Melty did everything there. I mean, I don't know how his back didn't break from that Brawl Ball set. Now in this Hot Zone set, I'm convinced at the same thing. Like, I felt that, yeah, 13-9, he does more damage than anyone else on the map. Shu is a close second, but man, this guy truly tried his absolute hardest to put his whole team there, and this is against two poles, mind you. He's going up against a Frank Irresistible Attraction and a Buster pole, and he still gets to play the melody of his life. I have no words for it. This is amazing.
You give him a melody and he'll give you a good show, but a win, that is not something that we have seen him deliver on just yet. Not as an individual player, but as someone who is a member of a team, right? The aggression from Buster, from Frank, you know, having the speed that they do, having the survival abilities that they do, Hank with so much HP, and Buster being able to block the shots from Cordelius. You called it like a direct counter. Yeah, it is. So many times I saw Cordelius try to find the angle versus Buster and end up getting hit by his own mushrooms that were reflected off of the lens flare. So, shrewdly drafted from Navi. What else are you really going to say? Reject have their work cut out for them.
Yep, 2-1 so far on this beautiful overlay. Just a quick recap for us here. And Pinball Dreams is the next map to go up. Will Reject once again opt to first pick Cordelius? No, it's gonna be Navi that has the selection, but hey, guess what? It's been left in the pool. It's an invitation, so to speak, almost. It's like Navi are saying, hey, guess what? You've banned out our Draco. We've got Rio here back on Hank duty. And yeah, you like Battleman, you like your Cordelius, right? Yeah, 2-3 it. Come on.
Okay.
Let's see if you try.
Jaeyong. That's you think that's like Cordelius in disguise? Maybe Cordelius is coming up next. We've tried so many times today, Spoot, to manifest the Cordelius, and it's unsuccessful. I feel like in order to summon him, you need like a sacrifice or something. Right? Like, for example, Reject had to sacrifice that match in the upper bracket to earn the ability to pick him in that last set, and it didn't exactly work. Now did it? Finally, we get to see Griff make an appearance here on Pinball Dreams. Makes a lot of sense. You can break a wall. Bang. That's a lot of the value diminished for Hank. Now, what they lack is easy wall break, because it's not as free for Griff as it is for other brawlers. Should be able to get into that position, but if it's versus a Hank, for example, then he is going to be taking a 4K shot to the face in exchange as sort of payment for being able to break those walls.
That's right. It's the tempo loss, right? You get a wall break, but you gotta really weather the storm. And with this Gen selection, I think they do have some of the tools for it. But Navi, they step on the gas, quite literally here. They're not gonna put two brawlers in a robot. You've got one guy in a prawn tank, and you can now on another person with a literal robot. And there we go. There's the other option when it comes to wall breaks. They want a brawler that, you know, this is a very traditional counter to the Griff. As early as Griff's release, Stu has always been one of the few brawlers that just, you know, plays it pretty hard. And now, especially with the hypercharge active on Stu, it's at some point going to be a guaranteed kill. I really like what Navi have brought to the table here.
Some new and refreshing stuff at long last. The Stu to, you know, keep the distance, dodge things out. Meg for survivability. Though Meg isn't going to be dashed on by anything. So we're not going to get to see Meg explode out of the mech in the way that she typically would. I think there's big potential for her to actually run the star power that gives her a shield upon exiting the mech. Let's wait and see, because to be quite honest, guys, I know quite a bit about this game, but I don't know the difference between the icons of the two star powers for Meg. I feel like that's intense ball knower level knowledge. So we will lie in wait. Does Kuru go for it? One of the minor discussions here, because there's still way more to talk about, such as the wall break now coming out. Reject are breaking their own walls.
Yeah, Reject have torn apart the entirety of the map here, and it's still a early game. Chappie is allowed to just press forward here, but oh my, this is really looking bad now for Navi. A pass down the center there just onto Shu. It's free super there for Battleman. He didn't really have to use it. It's just going to be instantly recharged there in a couple seconds, and now it's going to be a Chappie that's left in an awkward spot. With every second that this map continues, there's less walls to work with, and a Chappie is going to be suffering a lot more.
And, you know, walls, no problem. Shu's got a hypercharge. He cycled it. That's one. That's two. Looking for three. Would love to charge up that super. He's got the body block, and he's got the positioning on the piggy bank, too. Just excellent. Reject are making sure that they extract every scrap of value from that push as they possibly could.
Yeah, now that I look at it, I'm kind of feeling bad saying that I like the Na'Vi draft because looks like Reject are on their way to almost getting a second goal there. Chappy gonna be able to save this game now. Pops out the hypercharge, now gonna run down one, goes for a triple kill. No, not gonna be able to do so. Denied there by that Charlie Super. He's gonna be slowed up and then brought down. But it's Na'Vi that are still in ball control. Realhead and Kuru, in theory, shouldn't be doing too bad in this open map, but it's a 3 versus 2 effectively. And it's really an uphill battle they have to climb.
Ball position on the right side. Kuru's just trying to create some space around it. Battleman, different focus. Looking for the kill on a Kuru first, then to contest Ryohi on the right. Choppy's also low, gonna have to get rid of this spider. It's gonna interrupt his healing. Yeah, just had to stop at 7k. Could still get upset by Shu over on the left side. It's looking good. Pretty eager hypercharge that only gets Shu 1 kill in a context where he usually gets numerous. But it's fine. They only need to hang on for another 10 seconds. Now counting down to 0. The last couple of brawlers remaining that could do anything from Na'Vi are pushed into their own back right corner. That's Reject with game 1 of set 3.
I gotta quote someone from chat earlier. They're saying that this Hank first pick would never work in any other region because other regions are aware of something called wall break. Well, I guess Reject might have been reading chat and suddenly they can speak English or something because this was a perfectly poisoned counter comp to make a Choppy's life absolutely miserable. And looking at the Stu pick in reflection, yeah, it's a very difficult Stu game. And Na'Vi, they just look like they've basically sold the set.
It is appearing to be so, which is kind of uncommon for them. You know, they did their best, but still, there is chance for them to take it as long as they can execute perfectly. They just need to keep things away from the grip, which is a tall order. They need the proper matchup for it. It's going to have to take Ryohi to do this. And they consistently rotate Shu onto the other brawlers away from Ryohi. It's not that great of a matchup for him, but he can still do a pretty damn good job if he decides to. I've seen him get a couple of kills onto Ryohi specifically. Another super out from grip. He's got to be pretty close to that hypercharge, which last game was the ticket to their very first goal.
It's still a successful defense, but it's kind of running out of time now. Bottom-man gonna be passing it over to Shu, passes it over to Melty, and that's just styling on them, honestly. Could have got another walk-in, but the very last second to check it over to Melty was what did the trick for them. A Choppy gonna get instantly deleted. It's just another Monday for them. Kuru gonna be whiffing his hypercharge super. A team wipe to follow very shortly. There's Kuru popping out of his mech. It's just buying a little bit of time. But it looks like Na'Vi, they're contending with the inevitable here.
Does appear to be so. Na'Vi are just slowing down the ceaseless march of Reject to their spawn. Shu has another super. What else is new? Well, a hypercharge could shake things up. Melty's going to pop one. That's a kill onto a Choppy for sure. Ryohi also vulnerable. A couple shots from Melty would send him to his grave. We're back to the respawn where he can't contest this goal. The Choppy has a bubble at the ready pretty much any time, so it's not going to be easy to get a goal unless there is a, early death of a Choppy or a hypercharge out from Shu, which given this, what a shot from Shu. Forget everything I was just saying. Set win in the books for Reject.
2-1 now. Reject take the lead. This feels a lot more like the Reject that we're familiar with, right? This is a Reject that pretty much, they are given exactly what their style is, a little bit more versatility than a comp, but logical, right? They've got the answers for the matchup that they need. And Na'Vi, they're the one that seems to be cooking a little bit too hot in this draft. I feel like on paper, I like the draft because in the past, something like this would work. But with new brawlers like Jae-Young and Charlie just being this strong now in a wall break meta, yeah, Hank first pick, not really the math.
Not quite. Well, unfortunate. Chat said it. It was manifested, and Reject blessed us with an outcome that we were kind of not expecting to see from them. At least for my money, I thought Navi was going to take this one. Set 1 came around for Reject, and I thought, okay, that's cool, but Navi are still going to win it. Now Reject are only 1 set away from victory. We're heading into Bell's Rock for set number 4. Navi have managed 1 set so far. That was set number 2, by the way. They need a couple sets in a row in order to win this monthly final.
I think they're perfectly capable of it as well. And looking at these bans, I see some hate bans. These are straight up hate bans on Reject, right? They're like, yeah, we're sick of the Charlie, sick of the Cordelias. Buster's just for good measure, really, because I think they're aware that Reject are very good at playing these kind of synergistic comps. So they're going to take all of that out the window. Now Reject on the other side, they answer in a similar fashion. Ollie is a huge favorite for Ryohei to play. Now, looking at the picks to come in already, though, RT as a first pick. This is a question that I think is it's being asked here, which is it strong enough currently to be first pick in Bell's Rock? And we're gonna have to wait and see if it is.
Okay. Well, what we do know about RT is that once it gets the hypercharge, it's a round win. There's like no other way around it. Unless you pop it in the worst scenario, like you're 1 HP, and even then, I'd say you still have a fairly solid shot at getting a double kill, maybe even team kill with it. So the blender must be respected.
Gus gonna be picked up there by Reject. They are respecting the blender by saying that we'll just pick the best brawler from last patch in terms of range. We will diff you mechanically, and yep. Yes, you're Navi, but we are the best control team in the world. I have to say though, I don't know why I have this really weird feeling, and I'm not looking at chat for this, but when I look at Gus Bonnie as a 2-3 structure, somehow I think there's weakness in the comp that can be exploited, and Take could be the math. Brock's still available, so I guess there's some options Reject can go for there, but Navi, they've already made this Take work once, perhaps it can work again.
Except they also first picked it. This time they first picked the RT. Trying to add things up right here. They can at least enforce a more favorable matchup for the RT. Here's the Bell. And that is a reaction to the Bonnie. And there's something that you have to be aware of is coming if you're playing Bonnie. Now, we've even seen Bonnie selected into the Bell because the counterplay for Bonnie is that you pop the gadget, you can dodge the shots, just, you know, don't get hit by the mark. Simple enough, right? Just don't get hit. But in all honesty, once you get that jump, Bell is guaranteed to be dead. Grom making an appearance. So, Spoot, when you were talking about Sprout earlier, I was thinking about Grom. I always love the damage that Grom has, especially as a mid on this map. Problem is that his shots are so easy to dodge that we don't really see him at this level of play, and when we do, he's not hitting shots.
The last time we saw the Grom on this map, it was in the very hands of Achapi. And now Achapi is gonna be able to show off on this tick, which we've seen him on Golden Gotch get 1 versus 3 plays here on the RCL. I think in the BSC we saw some of those similar things as well. This guy plays throwers like it's part of his blood. And to be fair, I mean, this guy's been playing throwers since he was a world champion. So really nothing that's too out of his comfort zone here. This is really, truly the most skill-based matchup that we can expect. It's going to be a slow grind from both of these teams, but I expect it to be a banger nonetheless.
Skill-based, so any lane victory is a skill diff. So far, Melty's pushed things pretty far versus Ryohei, only trading out a bit of HP. Ryohei's trying to track his dodges, but unsuccessfully so far. They're on a fair range matchup. Melty's gradually getting pushed back. At mid, Shu also taking little scraps of damage from the explosive piles of money. And on the right side, Battleman getting punished by Kuru, who has a seriously easy matchup. Now, Battleman's not going to die here most likely because he has so much HP, but the trade-off of that is that he is feeding super and hypercharge to Kuru. What a shot from Ryohei!
Man, just the geometry of that, 2 bounces back to back, and then the mark and the confidence, the swagger that came out from him just ushered in this victory there from Na'Vi. I mean, sorry to cut you off there, but that was crazy. 2 times in a row we saw him make that same play. Is he gonna go for a third? Okay, this time the geometry, it misses, but it hits you instead. Wow, okay.
Geez, even when he tries to miss, he can't, like, not hit a shot. And that's going to help out a Choppy on his matchup at mid, where he is getting outranged by Shu. Shu's also hanging on to the super. About a cycle, a couple cycles and a half from Shu will get him his hypercharge, which is pretty much game-winning towards the later stages of the game. And it's excellent for a kill confirm. A mark onto Melty from Ryo. He's looking dangerous. This is a great matchup for Ryo. He looked for the bounce shot, couldn't really get it, or at least couldn't get the kill. Ryo, he's getting punished! Tried to stay alive with a hypercharge, and now Reject find themselves in a 3v2.
Ryo was feeling himself a little bit too much there, over-aggressed there, and that's all you need really to just secure a round. This is how cutthroat it is. When you have a comp like this, a single death is pretty much doomed for your team, and we're tied up 1-1, but, oh man, Reddy, are you seeing what I'm seeing on the right?
I am seeing what you're seeing. I think that could be a guaranteed victory. It just relies on Na'Vi surviving, which they're able to do with the Choppy over here. And Crew should be able to get a team wipe, or at least a couple of brawlers. Gonna take some synergy from Gus. He has a super to keep someone alive, whoever's the most vulnerable. Meanwhile, Battleman needs a jump so desperately. He could sort of jump into the nexus of everything, or jump away from Kuru if things are called for.
A kill there from Melty though, an early one. Ryohei is the one that's the first to fall here. Now Shu pops up that hypercharge super. It's guaranteed to hit onto a Choppy. No way to dodge. Is RT 1 versus 3 a reality? I don't think so. Reject shut it down, and they lead in this set. The left lane is all fireworks. A battle of sort of love and hate between this Gus and Bell. Skills, wits, beauty, you name it. Ryohei versus Melty. He's not on camera, but man, you can definitely tell that Ryohei is probably seething in anger, losing that last matchup.
No, that one really hurt. He was having a great day versus Melty, and then he gets like third-partied by Grom coming out of nowhere saying, like, yeah, so I got the balls, or whatever you call his super, and then he finished him off with yet another attack. You're gonna have to forgive me. I don't know what it's called, like chain balls or something like that. Oh, whatever. I'm a caster. I don't have to know this stuff. It's the Grom Bomb. I think that's what it's called. Reject are going to be using those Grom Bombs to great effect here as long as they can charge them up. Didn't seem like Grom had any issues charging up at least one of them in the last one.
You're right, it is called the Grom Bomb. And coming into it, he doesn't have it at the moment, but instead what you have is a Melty skill diff once again. If Reject wins, someone give this guy the MVP because he's truly carrying now with a second kill. He's gonna be going Ryohei poetically the last man left standing, but guess who's gonna get that kill? It's Battleman, not Melty, but still. Once again, Melty's the one creating all the opportunities for them. And Kuru, Na'Vi, just falling apart.
Na'Vi need a hero right now, and Kuru needs to pick up the damn call because his hypercharge is what can save Na'Vi from certain defeat and an undoing of their composition. A Choppy punishing Battleman for his overaggression. Shu now has to follow up with Battleman attempting to escape. Looks for a kill, cannot escape this tick super on the left side. Shu attempting to guarantee a kill onto a Choppy. Knows it's not really going to work. He's more profitable here at long range, but still finds himself locked into this versus a Choppy, looking for anything that he can get. That's a super kill confirm in spite of the last hurrah. Kuru hanging on for dear life.
That's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Kuru against the world. Poetically, will it be Shu or Melty to finish it off? Now exposed. There's nothing that Kuru can really do here. There we go. The MVP, the undisputed king, Melty. Not just here for the beauty, but here to show us that he can play Brawl Stars as well. They secure the series 3-1 up against Na'Vi. The final boss has been defeated. We'll see the score update just briefly. There we go. It comes in 6-1 on Melty. The highest damage on his team. Baraman today, you're the playmaker, right? Well, guess what? Melty stole the show for me. That
like
was
every
wild.
single set. It almost seemed like repeatedly Melty was getting star player. He was switched on today. Pop off, Melty, and well done to him and the whole squad. Melty was the most consistent player for the team, I also want to add. Just, if, you know, a great mascot for the team, representing them on cams, and certainly representing in-game with some killer stats.
Man, that's well deserved, right? I mean, I would feel bad for Reject if they had lost today, especially from Melty. After all the supposedly, you know, questionable drafts and, you know, putting Melty on the hardest role of the day. Usually it truly is Battleman as the playmaker of the team, but today Melty, I think, won our hearts. He's the audience favorite for sure. I think chat's just absolutely going wild at how well he played and how well he carried. Put him on a Gus, and he was being diffed by Ryohei in that first game. And towards the end of that, he just switched on. A switch is like, I'm gonna 3-tap this guy, and then I'm gonna continue 3-tapping the rest of the game. Man, well deserved from Reject, and yeah, you got a crown for him now.
That's right. Yeah, stuck on the Reject logo. What do you think? This was a fun one. Yes, if you've noticed, like, maybe some things have, well, not maybe, they have. Some things have been changed, fixed, added since last month. This is one of them, a little match summary section, just, you know, my little coding project for the RCL, and it's a whole lot of fun. I'm glad we get to do this every month, Spoo.
That's right, folks. And guess what? This was season 4, the season finale. And this is the bracket of the journey so far. We started off 3-0 between Reject and Momotaro, sending him to the lower bracket. Na'Vi and Gen.G followed up with that. Then in the lower bracket semi-finals, Momotaro took a very unexpected win up against Gen.G. Keep a lookout for them next year, because I'm pretty sure this team are up and coming and they're really strong. Then in the upper bracket finals, Na'Vi 3-0 Reject, something that we all thought was super unexpected. I mean, I thought Reject would put up a better fight, but just completely got obliterated. But then they recovered their form in the lower bracket against Momotaro, only getting outdrafted once, which led us to our grand finals. And finally, a revenge win that has happened. The lower bracket team prevails. Reject are your champions, and I think that also claims them the first seed in the entirety of the RCL.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to make sure that we're certain on that. But if that is truly the case, then that means that in spite of making a monthly final and going down in 0-3s 2 times in a row, that they have still managed to ascend to #1 seed. It's several months of consistency to make it to this point, truly.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't worry, folks. You guys seem pretty upset at the fact that there's no grand finals reset. And I gotta say, this is truly just how tournaments work. I mean, the formats, there's a dispute of it. There's no consensus. You don't see grand final resets in BSC because they don't do double eliminations there. So up to us here. The decision on the ground here is I follow the old ways. I think a grand finals reset is too much. I think it's an advantage for the upper bracket to be there earlier. You get more preparation. You get more time to rest. On the lower bracket, you have to play a much longer series. And trust me, guys, y'all think it's unfair. Go ask the players. If you're Reject, slogging out entire another best of 5, making them play a best of 10 just to win grand finals, that is, dude, imagine if you were Melty, you carried so hard for this, and then you lose to Na'Vi. That would feel equally bad. So trust me, I feel you. But don't worry, folks, because playoffs, we got a much more
That's true.
longer format, 3 days of playoff action, and that'll come to you in August.
That's really the deal here, is that, like, the difference between first and second place, how about the difference between being in the playoffs versus not? It's always, I'm going to defend Spoo's decision here. It is a decision of, like, how long are we going to drag this out for, like, a pretty minor difference? Well, the playoffs are extremely thorough, so do not despair. Group stage, and then a bracket beyond that. That is how we are going to exactly determine who is the undisputed champion in the Rival Challengers League. Everyone, that is the last of our monthly finals. Coming up next month is our playoffs. It's 3 days straight of action, back to back to back. You won't want to miss it. And Spoo, remind us of when exactly that's coming up. I believe it is August 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Bang.
Spot on. Bang.
There we go. Well, Spoo, we're about to sign off. Anything you want to share with people?
Nope, just glad that everyone's been tuning in, and we will see you guys in the next playoffs. It is going to be wonderfully positioned between the final monthly final and LCQ. So that truly, I think, is going to be super duper exciting for a lot of our teams, and especially for the teams in this competition that are indeed they have air tickets booked to either LCQ or Worlds. It's a great preparation for them, and I can't wait for that to happen. Folks, it's been a pleasure casting with Reddy as always, and stay tuned because we've got a final form in terms of the production coming up, right?
This is true. Yes, it's another month of work for me. I'll see you in another 25 days. I got a lot laid out in front of me. Replays are coming up soon, and hopefully we get some brawler pick animations, but no promises on that. I will see you guys then for a wonderfully produced and extremely exciting playoffs. We'll see you guys then.
Make a light.